I was long ES in those 75.50s. No, sorry, that was the short where I was getting out. I was long 75.54s, took that over into London High. And then recently shorted as well and took that to basically this, what is it? This 15-minute gap on ES that we just retested. I got it. I was short at 75.84. Took that down to 79s on ES.
I longed
So that was
DS
nice.
last night.
I could have
Made
played it
some
on
money.
NQ. I just like DS better, but NQ
Oh, I longed
had
DS
that London
heavy.
low sweep, which was just
Ooh,
sexy,
Meta.
man.
Meta just got a big pop, new Hive day.
My medical baby.
Yeah, I longed. Rizzo was in it too. I mean, he got unfortunately stopped out, but I was long 75.52. Yes,
Nice.
and I got trimmed along the way, but I took it all off at like 85 a while ago.
MH said, "I hate that hat." I have this hat. Hold on, I haven't worn this one yet. Let me see.
I know Amp had to catch a lot of this move with us today.
Oh, dude.
Oh yeah.
I talked through it like, I mean,
that's what I was doing all morning on Spaces.
This read like a children's book with pop-up
Literally,
pictures
bro.
and
Us two on
sounds.
Spaces,
There's just
man.
like,
Yup. Cooked them.
Like the rotation, like, and I was long. Yes, like it was just made way more sense.
Yep.
I mean, you could have read all the way through. I mean,
this price action was clean today.
Clean.
And I just longed NQ at. I have a 74,
on the back test at
374
60.
average, but I bought it 80 and I bought it 65.
Nice.
And I've already trimmed twice here.
My best entry today was at 182.
I was long ES at 32 average last night and took it to like
hell yeah
56 overnight, and then this morning I longed again.
It's like a trucker style hat.
Yeah, hold on, Jordan, I'm gonna text you.
That's like trucker.
Trucker style.
But it fits you though. It looks good. Look, Spy still wants to cruise up higher and go make a new high.
I'm less of a flat bill hat guy. I like these type of bills mostly.
Meta just popped up and made a new high day. Still sitting and chilling in that.
Oh, rip it.
I think we're going, baby. Dude, the buy signal came in at 10:10 this morning. Freaking took SPX there. Bot went long. Like, just fucking gnarly.
Oh, God, rip it. Let me get some let me get some frogs in the chat, guys. Rip it. Where the frogs at?
Oh my God. Tesla just hit daily trend line again. It's relatively weak, but it's still sitting there.
Dan the man.
What a long entry. Spy new hot.
Good afternoon.
Dan the man. Dude, I'm just excited to see you. It's been forever since I've got to see you. I've been trading a lot of ES lately.
Well, that's a good thing. So you're probably making money.
Okay, well, hold on,
cheating
sir.
on your baby over there, Am.
No, I've just because the divergence has made it so much cleaner.
ES traders make more money. So
I yesterday I was shorting ES all day.
Oh,
today,
yes.
I longed it last night.
We are $110 out of the money.
And the mobster.
Yeah.
The mobster.
What a freaking rapper.
Nara, how's the trades been in this crazy market, man? Been cooking.
Had a really good day today.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, really, really good day today across all my accounts. What do I have? For 18 accounts right now, and yeah, it's a really good day. Caught a really nice oil short around what is that? 1705. So what's that?
MNQ long ladder.
Around 7 o'clock last night or so.
I know I missed a beautiful long last night. I was kind of butthurt about it, so I closed my computer and just went to sleep. So,
Almost no heat on this short too. From
Let's go.
95.70, and it actually just closed out at 93.
That's 100% on SPX right here. That's full profit,
Oh.
baby.
let's go.
Gosh, what a long signal this morning. Oh.
Yes, that would have been my full target.
I
I mean,
think
it can go further, but
what's ES sitting at right now?
90.
Nice. Bot's up like almost 30 points. It went long at 61.
Yeah, I
Freaking-
didn't even notice this. So my original long on ES on one of the strategies I run was long at 58 and closed at 71. Then it got long again at 63, closed at 75, and now just got long at 82, and it's looking for a target of 93.
Last night I was long at 32.75 is where my entries were on ES, and while I was asleep, 56 closed out my full target.
Deleted the wrong thing.
And then I longed again this morning. I went flat at like 84 or 85 while ago. In Q, I'm currently long off of the IB high back test. And I'm just sitting and I've already got a massive day and I don't even know what to do the rest of the day.
Right?
All I know is the day after me and Em did a little teaching session on the squeeze indicator, and then we did the full breakdown chart setup, it has printed so many amazing moves. SPY on the 15 and 30 minute into the day, that exact same squeeze and chart setup was there, and we are just absolutely cruising.
Damn, just looking at your screen here, it looks like you got some good weather.
Yep. Nice.
Dan likes that 3 minute too, doesn't he?
This is an automated strategy that I'm running. I actually just was checking it when we were talking about ES. So you can see it took 3 trades today. So if we get to 93 here, it'll flatten. This is a new strategy that's on the marketplace. So, well, it's not new. It's sort of new-ish, I guess. Couple weeks.
Have y'all ever tried to think about or build out like a rotation type of strategy or like a divergent strategy? Like,
Yep.
like yesterday, ES was divergent from NQ, and today it was completely opposite in the morning. Yeah, this is literally how I made money today. Go ahead.
I mean, you and I have actually talked about this too, and the challenge there is quantifying the values that become a divergence. And I'm sure it can be done.
Yeah, it's just how do you quantify it? Because it's like one could catch up to the other, but like you start putting in the discretionary context yourself. So I see that. I just,
Yeah.
it's interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, there is some things that you could do to add, I guess, some sort of discretion into it, but that would be a really difficult one to get right. I think you might be able to get it close. I'm not sure if you would be able to get it where it would take all the trades that you would want to take as someone looking for divergences. It's certainly something I've thought about a lot. How to grab those catch-up trades on one or the other. I don't know how it really could be done in any way that could be consistent, because it's always sort of a slightly different situation when one's playing catch up to the other.
Yeah, you might have a different like entry criteria for one situation, and on a mechanical strategy, it's got to have that same entry criteria every time.
Right.
Yeah.
And for me, I like playing the one that has the catching up to do. Versus the one that you think might come back to the one that's lagging. Because you can play it sort of both ways. You can play the catch up trade, or you can play the comeback to the middle trade for the one that's leading. And I prefer the catch up trade. But I think that you would have to be able to take trades on either instrument, right? Because it's not,
Right.
it's, and
It's harder to set up.
Deciding which one is the better one to play. It's probably better to play NQ catching up to ES would be my guess. Like today, right? Today is a great catch up trade day because NQ should catch up. Broadcom's obviously weighing on the market. Broadcom sort of gets some sort of relief and retraces even a couple percent. I think that you can see the Qs go and fill their gap because ES is so strong. I mean, you've got banks up 2.6%, the XLF's up 2.6%. That's a very difficult market for the SPX to go down in. And so there's probably going to be some sort of catch-up trade there to be had. I mean, clearly there is.
I generally prefer the catch-up trade as well. Most of the time.
Yeah, I mean,
I just feel like I have more
sometimes
opportunity rather than playing the one that kind of already did the move that I want. But sometimes that gets you.
Like today, you could look at it a couple of ways, right? If you have XLF on your screen, you see the banks turn around and start selling. You could play ES on the downside. If the banks continue to have a trend day like they're showing, I don't think that's the right trade. Come on, can we get 93 here? Be a nice little. Come on, give it to me.
I want NQ to get back to previous session low at this point.
Where is that?
Should be.
196.
Yep, there we go. Target. Beauty.
Nice exit. Love that.
Money.
Money.
About to hit a 100-point trum at 474 just to be safe into that 480 area.
Nice.
This was the oil trade overnight.
Oh wow. That's ridiculous. Oh,
I wanted to short 97 on oil the other night. I woke up and
It barely took.
it hit 97 and just flew down. I was like, oh, that's insane.
I took. Was that 86?
Did top tick
Took
that
20
overnight?
cents.
Did
What's
that
that?
top tick? Or when did it enter?
Pretty good.
Almost.
It entered at 1705. So just about open. I don't know why I'm on UTC -5, but should be on UTC -4. Yeah, so 1805, so 705. Or is that right? 605. 605, pretty much right on the open it entered. And it actually just exited and then re-shorted, so it's actually in another short right now.
Somebody asked if you were, when you were on Cypher, were those the default 3-minute settings?
Oh.
Or was that one of the updates that are in the Discord?
Default, when I was on Cypher on ES, that was here. I don't know. To be completely honest with you, it would the default. I sort of let the guys that create these things send me the way that they want me to run it.
Yeah. It's probably in the marketplace and strategy area.
Yeah. So this one I don't know which settings these are. If I were it says Cipher Clear Edge Team ES, so I don't know if that's a setting that he has given out or if it's a setting that he built for me, or I don't know.
Yeah.
That would be a question. That would be a question for David.
Yeah. Throw that in the
Yes,
Discord.
Cipher's really good. It's really good. It's really consistent. That's the one you're looking at here, and this is it on NQ. Didn't really have many trades today, but really consistent. This is over since February on 1NQ.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. 61.
Goes through crazy runs.
1NQ on one micro. That's still $6,000 right there. That's a $910 drawdown.
I mean, look at this oil strategy. This thing's nutty.
Whoa.
This is.
Are you in an oil trade right now?
Yeah.
Long?
I exited a short and then I re-shorted, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I can't tell you how many times I've said I'm not a
Yeah,
huge
and then
fan
it
of
works out,
just
yeah.
plays out.
Exactly.
So I just let it do its thing. But this is in the last 90 days. This is on one oil micro.
Oh my
of 12 grand.
gosh. 1 micros.
Because I mean, it catches trades like this, and
Well, geez.
is like
How
this
volatile
trade
that it is right now? Like most people probably shouldn't be trading more than 1 to 2 micros on oil.
Yeah.
that's. I mean, I run 2 on this strategy on a 50K account, but it's the only thing that's running on this account.
Yeah.
So this was a $2.71 trade. Took almost 3% out of oil.
Damn. That's huge.
It's had a couple big ones. Like this was a big one back here. Right
Oh
here.
yeah. It's a beautiful trade.
Then this one was. This was a big one. Here.
Loves those overnight heaters right there.
And then this long the other night.
Right, yeah, before
other
the
day.
open, holds all the way through the session. Oh, goodness. Wow.
Yeah, it's been.
Is
on
it trailing
nice-
you
I
out
think that's very
of
good.
every stop? It looks like it's trailing you out, right? Rather than you
Yeah, it's a
having
really
specific
loose.
TV.
It's a really loose ATR, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't create it, so
Yeah.
you know, it's a really loose ATR. He has it set so like you can take a 1R trade, a 2R trade, a 3R, I think, or you can just let it run with the ATR. And the way that oil's been sort of trending and stuff, I'm letting it run and seeing if I can catch these bigger moves. And I'm okay with a lower win rate if I can catch some really big moves on it.
Let's go. Passing my funded futures eval in the chat. We love to see it.
Love to see it.
It's awesome.
I may not do much the rest of the day. Just sit and
I'm not,
listen.
yeah. Kicking back. It's a good morning, but geez, we just keep flying, bro. Previous day high is
NVIDIA
614.
is ripping still.
What's weird is we're well over London high on ES, and we're still like almost 100 points away on NQ. Not quite 80 or so.
To the Brits like woke up and just sold every tech.
Sold
piece
everything.
they had. Well,
I
they didn't
know.
really. I mean, I would say slight, but they really didn't even sell yes that hard.
Yeah, NQ did fall more.
NQ was way weaker, so I mean that was part of the sign going into this morning. Did we get it? Oh, wow, 5 ticks away.
It's cooking. Let's go, Boris. W's in the chat for that.
Boris, where have you been? We were actually worried about you.
I am still in California, yes. I will be here till the end of the month. Or basically till July 4th-ish, that weekend.
Congratulations, Boris, on your
Yeah,
successful kidney stone passing.
we love to see that.
All right, I just got filled for a 100-point gain. The trade taken
Let's go.
how long ago? 30 minutes? Not even 30 minutes ago.
Boom.
I'm gonna sell half the MNQ ladder, 35-point gain, new highs.
There he is, Maple.
Yes.
Hey, can't hold him down like a beach ball underwater.
I know, dude. I'm still here. It's 12:24.
He said,
Ace is here.
I am fighting back today. Tea time postponed.
Yeah.
All right, statistically, we should hit previous day's low. I just took a trim ahead of it, 495 on NQ. My golden retrace is. Wait, is that the right one? No, that's not the right one. This is halfback right here. That's what it was. I really don't have much till 545-ish. Other than this like 495 yesterday's low. Yes, the only thing I have, I mean, yes is in the clear. 7,600 whole number, maybe the IB extension at that same spot.
Did Trade of Ages go down? I don't think so.
Mine's up.
I'm not in a trade, so I can't tell you for sure. But
We've
All
already
right,
done a
guys.
golden retrace there.
I gotta
Want
bounce
lunch?
for a little bit, but I gotta go pick up my car and grab some lunch. I'll try to be back in like an hour or so.
Sounds
But
goody.
I don't plan on doing much. I'll be honest with you. We had a killer morning on Spaces, and tomorrow's FAFO Friday. If I swing anything, it'll be a lotto. But I'll try to jump back in for the last little bit. But great
Let's
day
go.
overall, guys.
great day.
I'll see you later.
See you later. No, that was Boris, Michael. That was Boris. Oh, look at that. Clear Edge account's looking nice. Ooh, is that that's the overall total?
Yes.
I like the caption on that.
What is it?
Emotions mess up your trading, automation doesn't.
And then the prop.
That's
Dude,
true.
it's fire. That's awesome. That's so cool. I'm curious, Dan, does it obviously you're probably like checking your actual prop firm accounts a ton, as I do, and like everybody probably does, but does it tell you in ClearEdge when you're eligible to take a payout at all on like a specific account? Can you be like looking through?
So,
I feel like that'd be a good idea,
interestingly-
you know what I mean? Where it's just like, hey, a little check
interestingly
mark or
enough,
something, you know?
so something in something we are working on that should be launched tomorrow is actually a automation trade journal, and that will be within the software that you will be able to track all of your trades and get statistics on, take notes on, sort by different strategy, different account, all different type stuff. So really exciting to sort of announce that here. We're wrapping up the final steps on it probably today, and then tomorrow we're going to hope to launch a beta of it and get some feedback from our community on how the journal works, and if it's sort of meeting everyone's needs. There's a lot of journaling softwares out there that people pay for, so we're looking to sort of add value to our current subscribers already.
Yeah.
So
And it's
they
nice you
don't
keep
need
it
to
all
then
in house,
go out and purchase a journal.
Yeah.
Having one right in the software where they're doing the majority of their trading makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. I think people appreciate not having to have another tab open. There's already enough open all day, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And then you'll be able to sort of get your monthly, weekly, set goals for yourself.
Get your report for the month.
Exactly. And that sort of also coincides with, we actually, for a while, we've come on these spaces and talked about various prop firms and their opinions on automation, etc. Actually, stay tuned for sort of an announcement later today that we partnered with a prop firm.
Follow the Clear Edge account on X.
Yeah, so we partnered with a prop firm to offer some really good deals on very automation friendly accounts with a clear path to live accounts. And static drawdown accounts is really something that you've heard me on here talk about a lot, which is no trailing drawdown, no intraday drawdown. If you're running automation, you know how key those are. So we are very excited to have a partner in the prop firm world that is aligned with our traders' upside. So we have some really, really cool discounts coming from those today. I think that they're actually going to be sending out an email.
Phenomenal.
Which is cool.
I'll hit an air horn for that.
A lot of you probably use the firm already. I don't want to blow their announcement, but or ours. But there is going to be something put out later today, both on to our email list and to theirs.
That 480 right there on NQ was the halfback of the range, so good trim spot.
Yeah.
I still think we
Yeah,
hit previous days low. Just to give the analysis, just still think we hit previous days low. That's a strong statistic or whatever, but a lot of great targets, a lot of great trades there. Just please manage accordingly. Dan, there's a question here on the screen for you.
Yeah, from Tommy. Private switch to hide the values, so it's not.
Oh, you want to hide the P&L values? So I was trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that would be incredibly hard to add.
Probably not. No. Just gotta create that.
We already have the little eye icon where you can hide your broker. I'm sure we can make it so you can hide your P&L also.
Mm-hmm.
Like on March Madness, the little boss button, it just it just hides everything. It just like puts up like some random graphs. That'd be funny.
Tommy's running the six different prop firms on Clear Edge. Yeah, dude, it's killer. Just racking up those accounts, racking up payouts. It's awesome. I'd like to blur it sometimes when my kid's walking by. Or when you're out in public, you don't want somebody picking your pockets. I get it. That makes sense.
Yeah, I absolutely can understand that, Tommy. Yeah, I can see what we can do. I'll put a feature request in for you.
Let's see if that oil short plays out. She's trying to go a bit here. That'd be nice. Bear flag breakdown if it can.
Boy, pretty sick rejection right on that halfback there. The oil short looks great.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a nice sort of bear flag breakdown here. That'll be a real nice thing.
Wow, Tommy, you're stacking. 14 Apex, 5 Top Step, 3 Lucid, 2 My Funded, 2 TPT.
Actually, Tommy, all the firms that you mentioned there, the one that we partnered with, you don't have. So there's a coupon that we're going to put out for 50 accounts later today.
Wait, 50?
On these static accounts that I think people should be testing out. So that's going to be out later today. So
damn, son, where'd you find this?
Wait, are you telling me whatever firm this is, don't tell me the firm, but whatever firm this is, you can have up to 50 accounts? Is that what you're saying?
Or
No.
50 codes to get the
50
accounts.
codes. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
50
I'm sorry. I heard that. I heard that wrong.
So these accounts are about $300 to normally get. So we got a 50% off code, which is not a publicly listed code. It's only going to be for our customers, so that they can test out these drawdown, sort of static drawdown accounts. And if you're automating and you don't I've never tried automating with a static drawdown account. It will change how you look at things. It really makes it a lot easier to see success and to take payouts.
Let's go. Big things happening. Going to be a full weekend of back testing on all my computers, different settings. Let's go, Tommy. Get it ready.
All right, Tommy, I just put in that feature request for you. All set. It will get taken care of in one of the next updates.
Don't you love when the platforms that you're using to trade on, like, they actually listen to you, you know? Isn't that beautiful when the team like listens to the retail traders and what they want? It's amazing. Because we don't, you know, retail traders in the past haven't had the best luck with that.
No.
Especially with
And,
big
I mean-
companies, you know, it just doesn't, they don't care. They don't care.
I mean, adding a hide button makes a whole lot of sense. You're sitting in a Starbucks. You don't want everyone, you know, seeing your P&L on your software. So makes a whole lot of sense to me. So it will be added.
Yeah, or if you have a
If it didn't make sense to me, I would tell you no.
no, if you have a wife,
It makes perfect,
You have a
sense. It's a
wife?
very
dude,
Oh.
hey, that's the only person I need to hide it from. She sees some P&L, she thinks that money's spendable all of a sudden.
You're like,
Yeah,
nah, I gotta
me
make
as
more
well.
to get this
Dude,
payout,
like-
baby.
like-
Don't look at them numbers.
I have to stop publicly posting my P&L because otherwise Costco's stock's gonna keep going up.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I think these are all excellent use cases for the hide the P&L button. I mean, guys I used to work with when the company I was with went to direct deposit from paper checks where everyone was getting a paper check in the mailbox. They were all like BS because they're like, I've gone to the bank and cashed my check for the last 20 years and taken a third of it and hid it because I didn't want my wife to know how much money I was making.
And now it's gonna go
And
all
now
over
we have
my
direct
Yeah,
deposit.
direct deposit. You're like, hey, did you get a raise?
Oh shit.
Because these guys would go to the casino and whatnot, you know, and enjoy, you know, because they didn't want their wife to know that they actually were making a lot of money, so they would take 2/3 of their check, put it in the account, and then the other third would go right to Foxwoods.
Straight to the Foxwoods. That's the one that me and Jordy went to down in Puerto Rico. Foxwoods.
Yeah.
The one in Connecticut's huge. It's awesome.
Yeah, this is a tiny one at one of those like resort type of places. It was fun though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See if we can get this really nice oil. I mean, we can break below 92. Where's oil going? Oil's probably going to go down to 90, and then 90 would probably be the logical next stop if we can break below 92.
Yeah, I've got I think like 91.
I mean, if you're trading an oil strategy and you don't have a really, really wide stop, you're just asking to just constantly.
Especially right now. I mean, of all times. There's a big point of control right at 91 for like the last month or so. I think the POC of the entire back to April on crude is at 91. That's probably your magnet. And then yeah, the traverse that to the other side, that whole number 90. I'm going to short oil. So I've actually been trading oil a lot, just shorting it on the on all these little news pops. Once we finally get a resolution, I feel like I'm just gonna be swing short for a while. Just slow trickle. That's my thought. We'll probably have a market down, oil down like 2-3 days in a row. Just like everything down.
I mean, right now, I mean, when this whole thing first started, I was running a correlation trade there or a reverse correlation trade there. But now it doesn't seem to be as tick for tick as it was for a couple of weeks there. And that always happens sort of over
Yeah,
time. We saw
parity.
that happen.
Parity's
Yeah,
fun.
we saw that happen. See that happen with bonds when bonds first get like a really wide, big swingy move. You'll start seeing them be tick for tick. For a while, the market was tick for tick with the 10-year and ES, but now that seems to be playing itself out, and they're doing their own separate thing again. Now that could change very quickly when if there's some announcement or even when there's been some military action in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Oil did not react nearly.
At first, like 3
the same
weeks, it
way
was
that
it was literally just that inverse correlation, and then that it faded away from that.
Yeah.
ES new high here.
Look at this. What a day. Every dip. Keys almost at London high. Previous day high on ES is 614.75. Not that far.
What time do you mark London high on? 3 or 4? Or I guess Eastern. Or what time of morning do you have it?
Session. London session is from 3 a.m. to 8:30 Eastern. For me. Asia session is from
8:30 Eastern?
Yep. 8:30 Eastern is technically, it's not like stock open, but 8:30 Eastern when data comes out is technically when it flips to New York for the kill zones I use is what they're called.
Interesting.
And based on the kill zones, yeah, they count it from 3 to 8:30.
Because the London close is what, 10:30, I think.
Into New York session, yeah.
Into the New York session, which I quit
like-
paying attention to after New York opens because New York's the king,
Exactly.
right? But
Exactly. That's the whole point. So we just count it to 8:30 because generally 8:30 is when big data for New York session, like to digest, comes out. And so it just ends there for the kill zone specifically. I don't really know the whole thing behind it, but I've used it for years now and it works great for me. So I just continue to use it, not really question it too much. But
that London high is at 544, is that right?
yeah, I have 546. Yeah, but yeah.
Oh, I'm on NQ. I don't know.
That's right. New York
Yeah.
City in August.
Yes, sir. August 3rd.
I think I'll take the train down.
You need to come.
You should. You should. We'd love to have you.
Yeah, it's only about a 2.5 hour train ride for me.
That's not bad
Hang
at
out
all.
with us.
You
Gonna
can
be a
use
fun day. We're gonna have
automation-
happy
you can use
hour
automation.
after too.
While you're on the train, you get the automation
Yeah.
going, just paying for your train ticket.
I have it on my phone.
Literally, you'll just be checking it while we're on stage,
know,
and
that's
he'll be
what I'm
like,
saying,
"Oh, I'm
like-
up this much." Or
You're taking a nap on a train, making money. That's
yeah.
I don't think too many people get a chance to ride trains.
Sitting on stream with you fine gentlemen making
Yeah.
money.
It's my
Maybe.
favorite.
Anytime.
The someone asked about Lucid's platform. If you buy a direct account, it's 20% consistency. 20% of what? So how those direct accounts work is it's sort of a bunch of BS.
You
But
do have a target to pass though, and it's
You
not a
have a-
target
you
to
have a
pass;
target.
it's a target to get paid out. It's the same thing though.
It's-
the-
yeah,
It's
so you have
total
to make
profit.
a certain amount of money to get paid, and no single day's trading can be more than 20% of that. It essentially is in there to delay you from getting paid because most people, they get a couple of trades that are the big winners in the week, and that's normal trading. So one of the reasons that sort of reached out to all these different prop firms on trying to get something for our customers, especially that was more friendly to traders actually getting paid and taking money out of the market, was sort of predatory things just like this, which is these direct to fundeds are
So
not there for your success.
but I will say, like, just to clarify on the 20% thing. So it's 20% of whatever your total profit is. So basically what they're saying is your biggest day cannot be greater than 20% of the total. So if you have a total of, let's use easy numbers, total of 5,000 profit, 20% of that's 1,000, right? So you can't have more. Your biggest day can't be over 1,000. If it is, you just have to keep making more money until, like, if your biggest day is 1,000, then you have to have at least 5,000 total to reach 20% consistency. So whatever your biggest day is, just multiply that, just do the math on that. Okay, that can only be 20% of the total. So just do the inverse math. 20 over 100 times, what's it called when you like inverse the fractions and cross multiply?
Mhm.
Cross
You wouldn't be able to
multiply.
make 5K on the first trade though, Brent, because your initial consistency is going to be like on a 50K, it's going to be 3K, even though it's not to pass the account, but it's still to get paid out. So your profit target's still
It's a
3K,
buffer.
which means 20% is $600 on a 50K. It's all you can make.
It's not a get rich quick strategy.
Now you got to prove that you can like make consistent money when using those
That's the whole
accounts
point.
if you want to bypass the evaluation phase,
Look,
right?
Like $200, $300 a day on one of those accounts.
Bro,
Just
I don't
stack
know
it
how
up. Come back in a
$600
month.
looks good.
Apparently, I'm in a trade. I just looked, and apparently, I'm in a long right now.
On ES hit kind of those highs from yesterday at 10:30, the 97 area. We hit did we hit previous day's low on QQQ? No, not quite. I know we did not in Q. Basically there. I mean, just look how trendy this thing is. Like, ES can't even get under the 9 on the 5 minute. I mean, it went forever without even touching it on the 3 minute.
Past TPT
Oh.
eval got funded, blew it on the second day.
Slow down.
Got to put some systems in place where we're not, being able
Like,
to
that's
blow the account in one day.
Yeah, where is your like loss limits, your how are you stopping yourself? Because if you
I usually, just for reference, guys, like I go heavy in evals. I usually cut my risk down a lot once I get funded. Decent amount. Doesn't mean you have to. I know some people do it differently, but I usually do cut down the risk a bit and just get into building and stacking those base hits, because you got it funded and you got no time limit or anything. You can take your time until you get that payout, so just take it slower. I know it's got to be like psychologically it hurts though. You just get funded and then it's like this roller coaster of emotions. That's why we're saying try and put systems in place that limit that roller coaster. You want to be on the kiddie coaster, right? Not letting your highs get too high, your lows get too low.
And the other thing, that's why I always go with the bigger account size personally.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I mean, obviously if you're saying, okay, well, I'll risk $100, $200 per trade, I can lose 2 to 3 trades a day max, and know your win rate, etc., and you're spreading that out over 5 accounts. Like, I get it. Like, I get that approach too. There's nothing wrong with that approach. But to me, 100K, 150K account, you can risk more per trade, and like you don't have to try to make like, because I just think about like on the other side, the profit side of things. It's like, if I can risk 500 per trade, even with a negative risk reward, and make $300,
You can have a negative risk to
good
reward
day.
if you're winning majority of the time. It's okay.
Yeah. I don't even know what my. I wish Lucid had a better.
What matters more than single trade risk to reward is overall risk to reward. And that there is a difference between those two when you're trading accounts. There's your overall risk to reward that you've done overall. And then there's your single trade risk to reward. And I'm always going to try and shoot for those positive RRs on the single trade, but what really matters is your RR overall.
I wish Lucid did more stats.
Get a clearage account and you'll get a free trading journal.
There we go.
There you go.
Shout out. Shout out. We
Problem-
love that.
problem
Let's
solved.
go, baby.
Bookmap has some people sitting here at 500 on NQ, but there's wide open space to 600, by the way. This morning I said there's a wide open space to 500 from 350, and here we are. Interesting.
Overall RR is pretty flat, but my win rate is inconsistently the 60-70% range, so I'm able to maintain profitability but not making huge gains. Yeah, it's okay, and you can build off of that, right? And find ways to make that RR slightly better. Maybe you notice that majority of the trades that you're taking, this is why like weekly recaps is good too, to go back and like just review stuff, like review the trades you've taken, because you'll see patterns and you'll see like, damn, majority of the time this goes 40 points further than where I'm taking profits. I should just target an extra 20 or 30 points to lock in more gains on all of these trades that, again, majority of the time it's going in my favor more, right? You get to see these patterns when you're starting. That's why journaling is so great. Or just having at least something, even if you're not actually journaling every day, just having something that is keeping track of your entries and everything, and you can go back and review in some way. This is so powerful because you're not going to see those patterns any other way. Yo, flat waiting for entries. I've been flat since early this morning. I already took my trades. I know Nara's in this long on this Cypher strat here. I think you're still short crude too as well, which is a great little pair trade. Yeah, it's good. What do you journal about? Generally just my thoughts going into the open. And then of course, like I'll have a picture of the trades that I took or the entries that I took, but it's generally just, I'll do a voice note and I'll just hit record on the voice note and I'll talk to it. I don't even type it out most of the time anymore. Because generally too, when I type it out, I'm saying it differently than how I would actually say it. I want it to be my voice and like raw, authentic thoughts from how I just did it. And so I just go voice note, and I'm literally like going into the morning. I was, for this morning, it would be going into the morning. I was watching NQ. NQ was tapping into a 4-hour bullish for value gap, which means I'm instantly bullish bias. We had untapped London high, untapped Asia highs, previous day highs. And we were manipulating the Asia lows, right? And NQ also took out those London lows. And again, just that's kind of how I would go about it. And then I'll be like, here's the trade that I took, and it's the picture of it. And then anything I did wrong or did good, I highlight and just make sure I can, go back and remember those times and look back on them, review them.
Dude, they really couldn't touch previous day's low here?
Come on, do it. But yeah, I keep it pretty simple. Just what was my bias going into the day? What was my execution based on that bias? Was I following my bias? Was I going against my bias? Did I have to flip my bias? Those things. And then really just like the amount of confidence I had in said trade. Because every trade is basically the same in terms of entry criteria. So I don't need to sit there and be like, I entered this way every single time. You can see it on the chart, but more just about feelings about the trade and that type of stuff, and then just overall bias.
Oh, does this turn into a slow grind up all afternoon? I hope so. Meta had an ugly turnaround here, by the way. This is a wild looking chart. Still have 1%, but Meta just did it hit something on the daily? Is that like a gap fill or something?
It may have. I didn't really look at it much.
It just double topped, I guess.
Oh,
Double topped and got smacked. Coming from Spaces, I'm on my first ever eval account trading futures for the first time. My third day and I'm up well. I want to know your thoughts once getting close to being funded and staying alive. Wait, I feel like you could say a lot right there. I personally say you should trade, especially if you're starting out, trade your eval accounts slow, just like you would trade your funded. That way you don't have to change anything. You're not just lottoing stuff to try to get funded, and you get to the funded account, you got to go back to trying to trade normal without gambling tendencies. That's one thing I think does hurt a lot of traders. Take it slow, have actual rules in place. How much are you willing to risk per trade? How much are you willing to lose per day? Know your win rate, your stats and stuff a little bit. But that's what my main thing would be to put like guardrails on yourself and trade the exact same way. Sometimes there is a little bit of a psychological kind of emotional barrier that you get over, knowing that, hey, I passed, like I can get money from this. I can make money here. And like you like tense up, you may make emotional decisions or anything. So you need to make sure you have some type of system with some type of guardrails, if then statements, how much you're willing to risk, like risk management stuff. And like on your trades, like why are you taking the trades? Like obviously you're winning trades to try to get there, but you need to have some type of systematic approach and know like, hey, I have this much confluence, I can take this trade, or hey, maybe I should stay out of this trade. I mean, I talked yesterday for a long time about most people take more bad trades than they miss good trades. So one of my things that I've been trying to do over the last several weeks, just as I improve and always try to find something within myself as a trader to work on, and I won't go through the whole spiel again, but one thing that I'm focused on for the last month, I guess, or more at this point is how many trades am I missing versus how many bad trades am I taking? Because more times than not, I'm taking more bad trades than missing out on a trade. And so for me, I need to get back closer to the middle by erring on the side of, hey, I missed an opportunity, but that's fine, rather than I took a half opportunity or took maybe not a great opportunity overall that could have turned into a good trade. But I'm trying to err more on the side of like, how many trades do you actually miss? Because more times than not, people overtrade and you're in more bad trades than you are actually missing out on a decent trade. Either one of you two, I would love to get your input on any advice for Zavosity here.
I think the biggest thing for me when getting close to fun, and I feel like it's everybody, is just you think about it so much. And when you think about it, you want to take trades. Like even this morning on Spaces, like you heard Will like have to gather his thoughts a little bit because he was like, it's like I'm $150 away. Like I'm gonna take a stupid trade if I just think about that too much, and it happens. Like that's why you see so many people get $100 away, $200 away, and then they blow it. Best thing I think you can do is just forget about it as much as possible. As hard as it is, not like worrying about whether you're passing it or not, and just playing your plan correctly, making sure you're risking the proper amount on each trade is so much better. Like my first eval ever, I didn't even know I passed it the day I passed it. I woke up the next morning, my account was gone, and I was like, what the hell? I checked my email and I had to activate my account, you know, and I think that's the best way for people to go about it, especially for their first time.
I think you hit on something really important there, Jordan. I think the P&L thing, because like
so dangerous,
I can tell you the P&L, like watching your P&L and trading your P&L is such a dangerous thing because it just completely goes against actual trading. And
like, you know you can make money. You know you're going to get funded if you keep doing what you're doing. So don't worry about it.
So, well, the most dangerous one is when you're $120 short, $80 short, or something like that, and you're like, you try to take some really poor coin flip type of trade to get there, and then that amount turns into 300. Then you try to double down, that amount turns into 600, and then you blow the account an hour later, just flipping a coin trying to get it back, taking bad trades. You don't look at it. And look, there's times where you have a trade that, like, especially on prop accounts where you're trying to pass or whatever, and you're like, hey, you know, my level's right here, but if it just goes 10 more points above that, I'll pass the account. Well, the trade's over.
Yeah.
The trade is over. Your target.
You would never make that decision if you were just trading normally.
Yeah, take the profit and wait, and maybe you have to wait till 2 hours later. Maybe you have to wait till the next morning to take the trade. Slow down and take good trades. Like I feel like I should just say that every hour. We need like a recording that just says, "Hey, honestly, slow down, take good trades only." I feel like that. I mean, I need that across my screen sometimes.
Yeah. And it's not easy. It's probably never gonna get easier to really do that. It's just you get better at not listening to your emotions, I guess. I mean, that's really all I can say about it. You get to a point where you just know that your human emotions, they're not gonna bring you the outcome you want. And so I'm not gonna sit there and listen to them as much as you want to, you know? And if I'm ever in that position where it's like, I really want to pass the account and I'm $150 away, I don't sit there and risk hundreds of dollars. Like if I'm gonna take a trade, I literally risk just about as much as I need to make. So if I'm $150 away, I'll risk $150. I'll take a really small risk trade just to try and get it, right? Because then even if I lose, whatever, now I got to make $250, $300 to pass. It's okay. I still got the account. It's one trade. And I gave myself a shot to try and pass it, right? And took a low risk. Like that's the best way to do it if you're gonna make that decision to trade. I think Will does a great job at that actually on Spaces. He's been doing that a lot recently. He'll make his money and then he'll be like, you know what? I want to keep trading, but I know if I overtrade too much, I'll probably give my money back. So forces himself to play one micro all day, tight risk. Takes a lot of trades to blow like a $500 profit trading one micro with tight risk, you know, so. Oh no, these things don't ever get easier though, I don't think. I used to think that. And now it's years later and I still feel the same emotions that I felt years ago. It doesn't get easier, you just get better. And that's why automation is great too. Shout out Nara. I mean, really get to take a lot of the emotion out of trading when you're automating, right? The only emotion is really your sizing. And as long as you're sizing correctly, you're not going over those drawdown limits for your accounts. I mean, there really is no emotion at all. the emotion is you trying to check it every day to see if you're eligible to take a payout. That's about it. You know what I mean? Other than that, you're sitting back, you're letting it trade. You're removing the human aspect completely from trading, which I think is what a lot of people probably need. Or at least for a little bit, you get to see. Sometimes people need that like jump start and need to see what profitability actually looks like. Because I feel like, I don't know, when I came in, a lot of you probably felt the same. It's like you see these good traders, you think they're just winning all the time. And it's like with this, you get to see you're not trading it. The machine is doing its thing, the system's playing how it should. And you get to see, oh, it took $200 loss beginning of the day, but look at the trades it took the rest of the day. It found its way back, right? This or that. You get to, I don't know, you just gotta, the automation is beautiful for that. Just removing those emotions.
Jordy, go look at my last tweet.
What do you got?
I tagged you in it actually.
Oh, let me see. Oh my gosh.
Just had to do a little update on it.
Dude, that's insane. Oh.
Boy, I would have the pleasure of having Nara come on here literally after some amazing moves that goes into the slow grindy consolidation like, of all days. Hey,
Austin, you can go to our website, clearedge.trading. Check us out there. Some really good information. We offer everything from automated trading software to a marketplace with strategies that we have vetted ourselves from third parties who have built very productive and easy to use strategies. We have VPS options for those that would like to run their automation on a VPS and not rely on their computer staying on all the time. We have a lot of affordable options there, and those affordable options are going to be we're going to be coming out with even more as we offer Linux operating systems. Right now, we only offer Windows operating system VPS, but that will change probably next week. But yeah, feel free to contact us. So there's a help desk in the bottom right of our website. You can set up a demo with one of us, and we can walk you through the platform, how to use it, how to get started, whatnot. We take a lot of pride in making it very, very easy for new people to get going. There's a setup wizard right within the software. Really, for the vast majority of people, it's approximately 10 minutes to get started. So thank you, Joe. Appreciate that.
Bang,
just
bang.
threw up on the screen a little bit. First, the X account for ClearEdge. Also a good starting place here to follow along. ClearEdge.trading. There's also, if you look down in the description, just in the bottom of our YouTube, there is a link that'll take you there as well. And the Discord community.
I mean, I am using Linux, and why? Because it is a whole lot cheaper. I can get a machine that is way faster for significantly cheaper. Windows licensed machines cost about 25 to 30% more. If I'm running the VPS just for ClearEdge, then why do I need Windows? I don't need all the bells and whistles that Windows offers. I just am opening my VPS, opening my ClearEdge software, and starting it up. So yeah, that's why Linux is an option. But yeah, Tommy, start VPS on my.clearedge on the left side. If you purchased your VPS last night, my.clearedge on the left side, you'll see VPS instances. You click on that, and then you'll be able to either log in through remote desktop, or actually we have an option to open in your browser, which is just as easy. So yeah, feel like if you have any questions, feel free to give us a call. If one of the things we did launch with the VPS option, or we will be launching fully in the next couple of weeks, is a concierge setup. So essentially, if you buy a VPS, for a little bit extra money, we will set up everything for you. So all you have to do is log in and turn it on. We'll connect your broker accounts. We'll connect your trading view. We'll do everything for you.
What would you say to somebody like this, Dan? Like, I'm interested. It seems legit. Maybe I don't fully understand it. Maybe, you know, is it too good to be true type of, you know, those thoughts that creep into people's head. What would you say to somebody like that to maybe, I don't
Try
know.
it
I
out
mean,
for free,
I would
use
say
code.
listen to
And
Jordan, listen to
it's-
Tommy, listen to myself, others that have like
Try it
seen
out
it in
for free.
action and tried it. But Dan, I'd love to hear it if you, because I'm sure you get this kind of
Yeah, I
question
mean,
a
I
lot.
think that one of the things that there's a couple of automation and trading automation platforms out there that cost you a lump sum up front, somewhere between $8,000-$10,000 up front. So you've got to really make sure that the investment is right for you before you make that leap. We took that business model and threw it in the trash because, quite frankly, who is going to make a decision to spend $8,000 or $10,000 on something if they're not sure if they even like it or are going to use it in the long term? So we decided that the best way to do this is make it affordable for people and then make it sort of pick and play where people can pick and choose the things and the add-ons that they want and customize their experience. For someone like Tommy who runs his own strategy, you know, he has a very he does not have any marketplace strategies. He doesn't buy any. He uses the software for the as a tool to automate his own trading, and that's it. I see that he bought a VPS probably because he had a computer blow up on him, and he's like, you know what, screw this. I'm gonna not risk another computer, and I'm just gonna run it on a server, which makes a whole lot of sense to me. But I think that each user has the ability to customize their experience and sort of mold it to what their needs are. We have some other features within there. Copy trader feature. We're gonna have a journal that really add to the value that we provide for all in all a reasonable monthly expense. You know, most trading journals are somewhere between $40 and $100 a month. That's just going to be a free value add-on to your subscription. So our average users pay somewhere in the $90 to $120 per month. Some pay more and some pay less. So really, it's a marginal sized investment for the ability to learn and be a part of a community that's going to help you grow, support. Automation is just getting started. This is the very, very beginning. If you're learning automation today, you're going to be way, way ahead of the game a year from now. That is where retail trading is going. There's no doubt about that in my mind. It's sort of just whether you want to learn it now or learn it later.
Agreed.
Rufus, I just want to cut in. Previous day's low was just hit. My last trade was 120 points, so runners only from the second trade call out of the day. Right there at IB high, my average was 374 on NQ. That's 122 points, I guess, 121 points for the last trim.
Flex on them, man.
And-
Flex on them.
Double kill.
So we call
Oh.
a
$8,500 day. That feels good.
look, 540,
Didn't even touch a button.
545 will be my final full exit if we get there. It could go beyond that, but that's my trade, my move, completely done. And we'll see. We'll see if anything sets up this afternoon. There's still a ton of time left today.
Yeah, we got
You know, another thing too, and another thing that Clear Edge offers is we do have some other programs on there that we can't really talk about on Spaces, but certainly can talk about within the Discord.
Yeah,
chat
guys,
that
I'm telling you,
a lot
like, you
of
want to hear
users
about
are
that.
really getting a lot of value out of, you know, with people who are very, very well versed traders using the Clear Edge platform for various types of mentorship programs, etc. So, you know, that's essentially something that those groups sell. So it's not something that we really advertise for them, but I'm sure when you join the Discord, you can talk to some of those people who run those mentorship programs that can help you get started there too.
Highly recommend checking that out in the Discord.
Yeah, it's good.
I wish we could talk.
We people have had a really good time in learning a lot about how to trade from some people who are very proficient traders.
So, on any
Just
of
checking
these
through,
accounts, did you even click a single button for any of this profit?
Yeah. So no, it's zero.
Zero. That's amazing. So sick.
So how do you avoid hedging? So funny you ask.
Good question.
So actually, there's a prop firm discount coming, or not discount. It's really a partnership that we are announcing today with a prop firm that has given us assurances from their upper management that the only hedging requirement for users of our platform is that they follow the CME rules. So what the CME rules are on hedging is that you cannot be long NQ and short NQ, for example, in two separate accounts owned by the same individual. However, you can be long NQ and short MNQ in two separate accounts. That is the only requirement of compliance that this firm has requested of our users. So normally prop firms don't allow you to be long ES and short NQ in two separate accounts, right? That is okay and A-okay by this firm, and I have gotten written assurances from that firm's leadership that would be okay. So you can run sort of ES strategies, NQ strategies, and not need to worry about those overlapping trades. So that was something that was really important to me, that I was never going to be putting my name and our company name behind any certain prop firm if there was any chance that our users were going to get payouts denied. I did not want that, and that was a big sort of a key for me in making any agreement with any prop firm to recommend them to our user base. And so that's going to be coming out today. Really exciting stuff there. And I think that a lot of our users are already using this firm, but for those who aren't, there's some really, really good discounts to get going there. So
that. Let's go.
what is it? I can repeat what back in the message box.
You can go
Long
back
and
on the
short.
stream and always just listen. Back.
So the CME rules are very clear of what hedging is, right? So hedging is when you are long, and if you have to say two different accounts, if you are long NQ in one of them and short NQ in another. That is not allowed by CME rules. So that is not a prop firm regulation. Prop firms normally do not let you be long NQ in one account and short MNQ, for example, in another account, because they're considered correlated instruments, meaning that they trade and trend together, which is obviously true because one's just a micro of the other. And the point of these rules is to allow prop firms to not allow users to manipulate the simulated trading environment. Now, one of the big issues with automation and prop firms is that if you're running a portfolio approach, for example, I want to run this NQ strategy that you see on the screen, as well as this ES strategy that you also see on the screen, right? And I want to run those in the same account. Now, there's a possibility this ES strategy could be short, and this NQ strategy in the same account could be long. Normally, by most prop firm rules, that would be banned. That would get my account banned or a payout removed. In this case, this would not, because that is not a violation of what the CME states is a hedging violation. Does that make better sense?
Made perfect sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
And like I could see where like if you had like a super aggressive like scalp strategy, like what's that one you guys have, like Kairos or what's the one?
Kairos,
But Jordan was
Yeah,
showing that one
Kairos
to me,
will run on.
and that one's like
they
really
run it on
aggressive.
the 1 minute.
But I feel like you could have like if you had a different strategy that was more of like a swinger, like a swing wide stop type of strategy that's looking for bigger moves. I could see where like one of those might try to go against the other one if you're running
Of
it
course.
in the same account.
And so you're absolutely right. And so that's always a big consideration when you're deciding what type of portfolio of automated strategies to run. And
You could do like certain strategies on certain accounts, right? Just separate it that way. That seems like it'd make the most sense.
yeah, so that's what people have done before we sort of made this agreement, was that they wanted to run this cipher strategy on ES. They would run that on one account with one firm, and then they would run it the same strategy, because you didn't never wanted to take the chance of being long ES in an account and then short NQ in another. That was something that you never wanted to take that chance. You won't have to do that anymore, Tommy. That's the big sort of key here, is that's what I wanted to eliminate, is that concern for people, where the only thing they needed to worry about is not having two versions of an NQ strategy on two separate accounts within the same firm. So
Is the market crashing over already?
Jordan, you should have access to Cipher now, I think.
Would it? I would have to claim it, right? Go back in and claim it,
No.
or no? It would.
I don't think so.
It should just be on my trading view.
I think so.
Let me check.
Do you do VPS, Dan, for yours?
Absolutely.
So like on your phone, you just log into the VPS, or do you log in?
Yeah, so
It's like
I'll
the same
show you,
website.
I'll show you actually exactly how our VPS works here. So give me 1 second.
Because that was my biggest
Don't
question.
have it, Dan. Maybe I need to refresh though.
Yeah, you probably need to refresh. Give me 1 second here. So
IONQ
here's-
has a quantum headline around Japan and a big grant.
So here's our dashboard here. So you just, if I go to my subscriptions, and I'll just show you how easy it is to do. So I go to my subscriptions, and I want to add a VPS to this subscription, right? It's going to give me a suggestion based on the plan that I'm adding my VPS to, on what VPS I should be able to purchase. Now, if I purchase here and I go to the Windows, right? I want to get this is actually a beta for the Linux, so most people wouldn't see this, but I can even show you what Linux would look like, right? So here's Linux, and now I want to add this server, okay, to my plan. So I'm going to add this VPS. I'm going to confirm it. All right, I just added it. It's syncing. It's adding my VPS, and it's going to be starting that VPS up. So set up my VPS. This is my current VPS that I'm running all my stuff on this Windows one, but this is the Linux one that I'm going to be starting up here. So it just takes a minute. It's going to be loading, and in a second here, you see that, and we'll be able to log in. So if you see on mine up here, while this is loading, you can see enable support access. So I can click this button, and it will pop up with a code that you can give to our support team. Then they can actually access your VPS and troubleshoot something for you that you're having a problem with. It's a really, really nice feature that can help you get something rectified in a much faster fashion than if you have to sort of report what's going on to us. It'll allow us to go in and just see exactly what's going on right into your machine. And then once I do this, I can hit enable support access. So generate the pin. It'll see, here's my support pin, and then it'll expire, and then I can revoke access to support here. So, all right, so my VPS just provisioned here. So there's two ways I can log in. So I can do remote desktop, or I can do open in browser. This is what I use from my phone. So I'll click open in browser. I don't know if open in browser works for Linux, but we will give it a shot. Yeah, it does. I don't think it works for Linux yet, but we can do it for mine here. Let me just close my VPS out. That's on remote desktop. All
So
right.
on your phone, the login looks very similar to this too.
Yeah, it looks the same. It's just, you just click on
Just go to the
open in
web
browser.
browser, and yeah,
So this is going to connect to the same VPS that I was just showing you guys. It's a Windows one. There we go.
that's beautiful.
So this is the same VPS that I was in before. It's just a browser window, a tab. The same thing if I was doing it on my phone. It would just pop up as a tab. You can click all the buttons. You can turn things on or off. You can set up strategies.
Real fast, VPS stands for virtual private server,
Yeah.
or like a virtual machine. So it's essentially like if you I know a lot about this stuff because we have a server that we run for our small business that has multiple virtual machines within it that segments things out, and they can be accessed from anywhere. So it lives somewhere basically in a cloud, but it's like if you had, like if you think about like your laptop, if you could have 4 laptops sitting on one machine, that's kind of like the idea of where VPS came from. But it's like it's hosted in a cloud essentially, just so people, because VPS, maybe if people aren't familiar with the term VPS, was just basically you're running a virtual machine instead of like a physical machine that has to sit on your desk or a laptop that you carry with you.
Yeah.
Little computer nerd stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just the same as a laptop or desktop computer. It's just located on a server, and
On a
everything
server.
is run on a server in the cloud versus on your local internet. So for me, who lives in a pretty rural area, and if I lose power or internet, it's not coming back very quickly. I want to run this because if I lose power or internet, my VPS doesn't. It's still going to run. It's still going to be active, and it's still going to take trades on my behalf. So. ES is in a long now too. Let's see how that oil short's doing. The oil short's doing good too. Yeah, I mean, Newton, it's not it. Just think of it as a computer in the sky or in the cloud.
Yeah, the reason I said that, look, I know about it because like when we have a server that runs for multiple employees that we access programs, centralized database and stuff on, and when we like upgraded everything, we have one server, but it's got 4 virtual machines on it that have different sections of the server, which is good for cybersecurity. It's good for everything, good for everybody. Makes it runs way more cleanly and efficiently. That's why I know what virtual machines are. But all you need to know is this thing lives on a server that you can access from anywhere. You don't have to have your computer turned on. You don't have to have, a dedicated laptop or Mac Mini or anything for this. You can literally do it. And then the biggest thing that I remember talking to Dan and his team about at the beginning of this was, what if something big's going on? I just want to turn it off. What if I'm, on hole 7, par 3, and I want to just turn it off for the day? Can I get to it? Is there a kill switch? And it was like, oh, we could do kill switch, but then that turned into they took that. They were already talking about it. I'm not taking credit for the idea. They were already planning on it, but they took that even beyond what my imagination was going to, full control through VPS, which is a fantastic approach.
Can you see this here?
Yeah.
Panic. So there's two ways that you can access our stuff remotely. So Panic, and you can log into your VPS, or you can go to the dashboard from wherever you are, go to the remote control Panic.
New highs breaking out. 7,600 basically touched there. One tick short on ES. That's the full IB extension. If you still have runners, it's probably... Personally, I would be just exiting at this point, but if you're a scale and trail, type of guy, just keep your eye on it.
And I'm still in this ES long. It's now in the fourth, 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth trade in a row today. Just riding the trend.
Dance until the music stops, as they say.
Let's see if we can get a breakdown on oil, because this would be a really nice... And it's already been a good day, but this would be a really, really good day.
I locked up almost everything, but just in case.
I took some Broadcom calls when it was at 410 earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. I'm already just about double my money. I have a limit sell at $11. I bought them for next week. So at 11,
that thing still has room.
Half of them and make them freebies.
I like that. Or like Frankie always says, sell half and hope you're wrong.
Hell yeah! Me and Frank have had a lot of conversations about the half sell, make it free.
I love it.
It's still.
Honestly, one of the biggest changes in my profitability was the trimming, just learning, especially on futures.
Yeah.
Trimming, de-risking trades, trading around a core here and there when it's, there's pretty obvious. If I was long NQ from this morning and I trimmed up in the upper 400s and then where I got long again, I would have added trims back there and then taken them back off, and got in a second trade within a trade around that core. Way exceeded my daily goal or even the upper limit. If I had a range, on earnings where they give guidance, I'm beyond the upper range of my guidance for a day, so I'm just chilling right now. I do struggle with that sometimes. When you're just today, everything I was seeing everything just so clearly, and there's some days where I like yesterday, I was seeing it pretty clearly, but something was just a little bit off for me, my execution. So I just minimized that. Took a really small win yesterday, and then today I struggle with okay, do I get in the left lane and hammer it down because it's I'm seeing it. It's like a shooter in basketball, hot hand heat check. Do I do that, or do I just try to stay steady and not push it? And I really don't know the answer to that. I really don't. I struggle with that. I don't know if there is a right answer to that.
How many Tuesday mornings did we sit on Spaces and discuss scaling and how to properly protect yourself in a position? Here we go. Let's get this oil breakdown, baby.
Oh, is oil gonna? I am waiting on a headline. There's a low day.
Get this oil breakdown. This is going to be probably a 5-figure day for me, easily. I would think.
Gotta love the 5-figure days. Those are my.
I'm probably close now. Let's see. No, those trades haven't gone in yet because I'm still in one
still in them?
here.
Yeah. Do some napkin math.
Huh?
Do some napkin math.
Yeah, let's see what I got. I'm long ES in that account. Short that account. You can see I'm trading one lots, guys.
That's what's crazy. This is, I'm here.
I'm long 2 lot.
It's people say this all the time, and I guess I don't think people take it seriously. But once again, like I said earlier, just slow down.
Yeah.
Or size down. You don't need size. Look, we're talking a 5-figure day with very little size. Period. Very little size. You don't need size, especially with the where the ranges currently are.
Like I'm in 2 lots here. I'm up $1,000 in this account. And I'm trading 2 lots of micros.
It's crazy. Oh, are we gonna get to my full target here? This catch-up trade on NQ is so beautiful. QNT Quantinium is now open. That's the Honeywell spinoff IPO. Damn, that would have been a 50-point trade on ES if I held it all the way up here. I think this is the only this is a hell of a compliment. Dan's cortisol couldn't be lower. Just absolutely vibing. I love that. The IPO, Quantinium IPO opened at 68 first print. I don't know what it was originally priced for. That is the Honeywell spinoff, though.
Come on, Broadcom, get over like 430, and it can really make me a happy man. Oh, did I fill yet on my? Let's see. Nope, I have not filled yet on my limit sell at 11 here on these Broadcom calls. I'm in at 550, so I have a limit sell at 11 to take half of them off, and then I will just ride them to Valhalla.
Wait, Microsoft looked. Oh, it looked like it wanted to break the downtrend this morning. Just, ugh. What's CrowdStrike doing after their? That one had a big bounce too. Right off of those previous highs. It opened up right on top of those like previous highs from what, 2 weeks ago. Just pushed straight back up. It's a $40 move. Were there any earnings today? I haven't even looked at today's schedule. Lululemon.
I don't know.
What is this? Rubric, Planet Labs, DocuSign.
Monaco weekend for F1.
Monaco this weekend?
Hmm.
Let's go Checo.
Really?
I gotta support Checo. I see this dude's face on every billboard across Mexico.
He's on Cadillac now.
Yeah, that was a weird thing. It's crazy. He started racing competitive like go-karts when he was 6.
All those guys did.
Monaco.
It's my favorite race weekend, obviously, for obvious reasons.
Monaco's
though
probably like I'm not gonna pretend I'm like a big F1 fan.
Yeah,
I do like it more than any other racing there is.
yeah,
By far, it's the best racing out there.
for sure.
But like the Monaco of all the tracks, all the different races they have, the Monaco one's probably my favorite.
Yeah,
I want to go they have one in Mexico City,
yep.
and one of my buddies down here, he's a huge F1 guy, and he always goes, and I think I'm going to try to go with him this year. I think it's in October.
I think one of them. There's a couple that are really fun to watch. I mean, Monaco, Imola, Silverstone in the UK. Monaco's tough. It's not a.
Monaco's the one with all the boats, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, there's
I
not a
was
lot of
there in
action.
2000.
Monaco is such
It
a
was awesome.
narrow track that there's not a whole lot of passing. So like, I know what he's saying. Like, it's a fun race to watch because of like the I don't know.
It's like they
There
almost
it is,
stop
but,
around certain
But in
corners.
terms of actual racing, like it tends to be not the most passing or sort of aggressive because it is so narrow and
Yeah.
not that fast. It's a sort of a small track, but I like Silverstone is probably one of the ones I like watching the most because that's a really fast track.
You should go to Nashville, and Nashville has a great one.
Nashville's got a good one.
I
I
think
did it in
I think it's Imola.
2021. It was awesome in August. It's in August.
I think, and you're right, Tommy. If you get pole on and you qualify first in Monaco, you're most likely going to win because it's incredibly difficult to pass.
I think one of the other ones. I think the one in Brazil was the other one I liked watching. I wasn't a big fan of the Vegas. The one in Vegas, I wasn't a big fan of.
Was crappy. Miami's usually pretty good. Like Bahrain and some of the Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Some of those are usually pretty good. Yeah, the Saudi race is really good. So that one, I think probably my favorite. Montreal's a pretty good race to watch.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for U.S. races, Miami's pretty good. The track of the Americas, I think what's that in Austin or Houston, sort of meh. But Vegas is dumb because it's like I don't know. It's in the middle of the night, and yeah, exactly. It's like Vegas.
Yeah, that
is
was
cool,
so-
but like there's no real place to like watch it, and
You see people like running up bridges to go try to watch it.
yeah, but then they block them all out, so it's
Yeah.
like people are like just hanging on escalators that like have a little bit of a
Yeah,
view.
they were going up and down the escalator to not get a loitering ticket or something. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, Montreal's a really good race to watch. That's a fun track to watch, and then yeah, I think the Imola and Silverstone are my two favorite tracks to watch, though.
I mean, I watched the Vegas one on TV, and it was just hard to even see.
Yeah, right.
Like even the camera angles were not fun.
I think that I mean, I'm a big Max Verstappen fan. I do not like Red Bull. But my team is Mercedes. I like Mercedes. Yeah, they exactly because the welds, they were welding all the manhole covers, and the welds the manhole covers were flying off when the cars hit them. Yeah, I like Max. I mean, I think Max is probably, I like Max because of his driving style. I think he's so aggressive.
He's like the modern Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, okay, well, if you're gonna pass me, I'm gonna make you crash or, take a real chance where
A big risk.
So he's definitely my favorite to watch for that reason. I would love to see him go on to Mercedes. I cannot stand the Red Bull team as in general. I just think that the Red Bull team is not someone I like watching. He might go to. I think Max is going to go to Mercedes at some point. I think he's going to replace George Russell.
But he's been doing good, right? Didn't Russell like?
Kimi Antonelli's been the 19-year-old who doesn't even have a driver's license. Is in first.
That's crazy.
He does not have a driver's license, which is insane.
The Italian guy, right? He's won like 5 races or
19.
4 races. He's 19 too. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's in first place in the.
I mean, the season they've only have like 5 races, I think 6. He's won like half of them.
Well, they canceled so many because of the Middle East stuff.
Yeah.
If one wants to dip their feet in automation, what would be the package you'd recommend in terms of mount size and marketplace strategies? How many prop firms do you have? How many prop firm brokers do you have, or would you want to run? And that will help me answer.
Lewis is washed. In the Leclerc, is that the Ferrari guy that's doing well?
Ferrari, yeah. So 2 props. I mean, I would go with the advanced plan because you can go with the starter and you can start there and you can always upgrade. I mean, you'll probably end up on the advanced, which is the middle one, but you can start at the lowest one and then decide if you want to go up from there. So. Yeah, I think that's a perfectly fine one. As for a 100% beginner, I think Vector or Kairos are the 2 that I usually recommend to people that are completely starting from scratch. This is Vector you're looking at here. There's also an NQ setting on this, a GC setting on this, and I think ES maybe. I'm not positive on that, but this is Vector. I think that Vector is just a very robust strategy that is very easy to use for people. Kairos is the other one that's very, very easy to use for people, and that's sort of my best advice for you. Oh, I got my fill at 11 on Broadcom. Beautiful.
Doomslayer, thoughts on Netflix? Look, I like Netflix long term. The chart's not doing well. It's not acting well right now, so it's kind of just like on the side burner for me. If it comes down lower, I'll look to buy more, but what it's currently doing, it's not acting great. So yeah, Adobe. I mean, look, Adobe's been getting crushed for a long time. Software as a whole was getting absolutely crushed, and a lot of software bounced back violently. Adobe did not. That tells me a lot about Adobe. I don't think it just dies. I mean, it is kind of interesting down here, but
Adobe.
ugh.
That was a big position of mine for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I bought it in the mid hundreds, and it's just way underperformed. I cut it about 8 months ago. Just it's not a name that for me has any place for in my account anymore. I think that that's one of those companies that's going to go the way of Sun Microsystems and become obsolete, and the new frontier takes its position.
Full exit for me in Q right here. 170 points on that second trade call out of the day. I'm flat across the board, and I'll wait for something that looks great. There's still a little bit of room here. This is just a level I have. The golden retrace a little bit higher. IB extension's even higher than that. But yes, you've hit everything I could have possibly wanted. I mean, if you're greedy, you hold it for another 10, 12 points and try to get SPX back to 7,600, but I'm happy with where I'm at. So I'm going to full exit flat across the board. We'll see. I'm keeping my eye on oil, keeping my eye on headlines. And maybe if we get a little like reset of something here, we'll get another setup this afternoon. Yep, there's your pop through. Those that were waiting for like London high, anything like that, you got it. You're you took out all your overnight highs. You hit the golden retrace, or you're what, 2 points short of it, and you're at R1 on ES. So if it keeps going, it keeps going. That's fine. My trade is over though. Thoughts on Broadcom? You should ask Dan on that. Dan's in an active trade on Broadcom. I like Broadcom a lot. I didn't think there was that.
It's a long-term holding of mine that I am in from. What is my average on Broadcom? 164.19.
I would have had you beat, but I added.
Yeah, so I'm in it, and I bought that on. Looks like I bought it on. I did add. I added 3 times. So I bought it on March 7th of 2025, and then I bought it again on April 3rd and 4th, or 4th and 3rd and 4th. So yeah, those are my 2 ads. 185 and 145 were my ads on Broadcom. But yeah, I bought some options. I bought some 420 calls for next week. I bought those this morning when it was around 410, 409. I can actually show you the chart I was looking at, why I bought them here. So I just saw this sort of hair area here, and I figured we have the 20-day, I believe that's the 20-day. Yep, 20-day at 430.56. I figured we would be a magnet back there. And we just held this area at 400 incredibly well. So now we've got sort of this gap from 426 to like 433. And then you're sort of in an air pocket where I think we could easily get back to like 440 before meeting any resistance. So yeah, I just like this as a sort of a quick trade. I thought it was overdone this morning. I thought the ES was strong, and Nvidia was strong. So I decided to sort of ride a retrace play, see if we could get a move back to like 430.
Damn, Larry's got us all beat. $19 cost basis for 2018.
Nutty.
I like that. I bought this on April 4th, like right into that TerraFlow, and then I bought a little bit more sometime on the way up, and then I bought some. Gosh, I think it was back in February, like around 300, 310 somewhere. I bought a little bit more, and I've trimmed some of that going into the earnings. I plan to hold Broadcom for long term still. Like. I'm not worried about the earnings. I thought that was kind of like you said, the move was kind of overdone, came back into the bottom of that range that it built, a month ago, 2 months ago. But the numbers weren't like that. But there wasn't anything that like just like massively alarmed me or anything. So I still like it. I like the trade setup here too. And the analysis that Dan just gave is exactly how I would have explained it, how I chart it. I mean, it's one thing I like about having Dan on here. We look at things very, very similarly. So one of us has a lot more experience than the other one, so I will tip my cap to that for sure.
Can I draw what? What would you? Oh, would you like? Oh, you know what? This is actually a good one to draw on. We can draw.
Can you draw? What do you want him to draw? Is this the llama?
I don't know what it is yet. We'll find out.
That long neck's like a llama. I love drawing and making up new chart patterns. Did you just give him a tallywhacker? What was that?
Oh, what do you guys think that is? No, Nessie. It is sort of a Nessie pattern, but
Nessie?
this actually is a right here. This makes it not a Nessie pattern. It would have been a Nessie sort of up here, actually. This is a completed Nessie.
Yeah, Nessie is done.
Yeah, Nessie actually has a very high hit rate. Let's see. I don't know what else I can do. Maybe a little nose.
Lord of Wall Street, congrats on a great trade. Don't give me credit for it. You clicked the buttons. You took the trade. Hopefully you were looking at some of the similar things that I was looking at and that the rest of us were looking at this morning that pointed towards the potential for this move to happen. And it's a beautiful thing when it plays out, how you read it. But 12K cash account, let's go.
Target here on ES again.
You said that I'm out of targets other than SPX wants to hit 7,600 today, which is 8 points higher. So around 13 on ES. A new Pokemon.
Oh, profit target. Boom.
Boring days with a lot of profit are my absolute favorite days. This is just what an absolute gorgeous day. Your Patriots look like they're getting better, dude.
I mean, they made the Super Bowl last year, so
Yeah, and got better. The off
Yeah,
season, like
they
you,
got a lot
like
better.
a lot of Super Bowl teams struggle
Yeah.
to hold pieces together.
Well, because I think, I mean, last year was a fluke, one, and they were way ahead of schedule last year. They should not have been
Way
in the
ahead,
Super
yeah.
Bowl.
Way
They were
outperformed.
not a Super Bowl team last year.
No, they had a favorable schedule and then they just outperformed. But they got better.
Their defense was unbelievable in the playoffs.
Yes. And they might, like, you talk about like winners of the offseason and stuff. They might have won the offseason other than, I don't know, Rams getting Myles Garrett, I think is a big deal. But just like full body of work, draft included, I think the Patriots are just set up, dude. And it drives me crazy because I was a known Patriots hater for a long time.
Yep. No, a lot of people are.
Well, I only hated the Patriots not because of the success. I hated the Patriots because of the bandwagon people that showed up for the success. If that makes sense. It was only because of the bandwagon fans that, like, you'd never talked about the Patriots in your life, and then all of a sudden they started winning.
I was at this game.
Which one's that? Oh, the snow game? Is that who is that? Julian?
Teddy Bruschi.
Oh, that's Teddy Bruschi?
Yeah. That was at the
Okay.
old Foxborough Stadium before they moved to Gillette.
What year was that? Like 2001.
2001.
I was gonna say 02.
That was the Snow Bowl game against the Raiders. The Tuck Rule game.
Yeah.
I was there.
That's one thing. I've not been to a lot of NFL games, but I grew up 6 hours from the nearest NFL stadium, and now I'm even further away. Yeah, Aaron Donald coming out of retirement. If him and Myles Garrett both play, that could be a nasty T line.
I got my Starbucks, long Starbucks.
Long Starbucks. Dude, Starbucks has made me so much money. Not from trading, but from giving me internet to be able to trade. I feel like I should honorarily just every time like I have an internet issue or anything.
Honorarily.
Honorarily. Is that a word?
I don't think so.
Should honorarily be in my portfolio. I just made up-
Maybe it is a word. Honorarily. I don't know.
Yeah, I make up words from time to time in both languages. So
My favorite is irregardless.
yeah, that one.
That
People
is
actually
not-
use that one all the time, and that one I
Well,
know is not a
That
word.
is probably the most well used word that's not a word.
That doesn't exist. Yeah, word that's not a word.
The Jets are tough to play. What are the Jets tough to play? No, irregardless. Yeah, we gave that picture that I just had there, the Teddy Bruschi picture in the snow in the Tuck Rule game. That was the last game I ever went to with my season tickets. we gave them up after that season.
See, we had season tickets to the Arkansas Razorbacks my entire life.
That was the year.
That was our pro team.
first year that Tom Brady
Replaced Bledsoe.
We get because the tickets were $800 each for the old Foxborough Stadium, the old steel benches. They had no seats, but
Yeah.
they were $800 a seat. We had 4 season tickets, so it came out to being $3,200 for the year. And when they moved and built Gillette Stadium, the tickets went from being $800 for the season per seat, and we were in like the 16th row. We were in section 116 in the 16th row, and like awesome seats. And they went from being $800 a season to being I believe $1,850 a season. So they well more than doubled when they moved. And so my father was like, you know what, we're giving these up. We're not keeping these for that price. You know, we only go to a couple games a year. The rest of them, you know, we either give away or, and that was the first year of the Brady, probably the best era of a sports franchise in history. 20-year period. We gave up our season tickets the first year of it. So
Wow. That was So that was 2001. That's how
2001.
long that Gillette. I didn't realize Gillette Stadium was that
Gillette
old.
Stadium opened at the beginning of the 2002 season.
2002 season. Huh. I didn't realize it'd been that long.
Yep. I went to that game. Was a great game. And I went to the Miami game, which was actually the last regular season game at Gillette, which was also a snow game.
Do they have the heated field?
Their wild card spot in the playoffs, because they were a wild card team that year. The year they won the Super Bowl against the greatest show on turf.
Oh yeah. Do they have the heated field there? Like Green Bay?
Everywhere cold has a heated field now.
They'll have the heated, yeah.
But I mean, it doesn't. I mean, if you're getting snow, like,
No, it doesn't help you in the stands.
well, it doesn't help you on the field either. I mean, it's going to help so that the field actually doesn't turn to ice, like, so their cleats can still grip, but snow will still accumulate.
It keeps the field from being rock hard, like
Correct.
permafrost.
That's it. That's what it does. It keeps it so that the field, their cleats can grip. No, the should have left a runner BS. You got to not do that. I think that's one of the most damaging mental things that you can do for yourself. And you just sat down for lunch, took 25 points. Now you can get up. You just made 25 points and not worry about it, and then move on with your day and on to the next. So don't do that stuff. Stuff's really, really damaging to yourself. You just had a really good lunch. That's what you make it, you know, a really good lunch. I mean, we're almost at a gap fill on the queues. Like I said, when we first got on this stream, I think we're probably going to get a queues gap fill.
Yeah, we just hit 600, or basically 600. This is where, 30 minutes ago I said the next set of orders were on the book map. There was nothing in between.
Tommy, I just wanted to say thank you very much for some of your replies on Facebook or Instagram, I think. So I appreciate that when people like to talk nonsense. 3-1. We beat the Eagles once and we lost to the Eagles once. So is that counted there? The Giants we lost to twice.
Cousin Eli, as I call him.
Yeah, we lost to the Giants twice, and 1-1 versus the Eagles. So I guess that is 3-1, yeah.
So my on my grandfather's side, my great grandmother was a Manning from like northern Mississippi area, and my grandfather and Archie are like second cousins or something. Like they met each other like way back there, like at a family reunion, like way like before Archie even, like when they were kids. So we don't know them. I'm not claiming to know them, or like they're my grandfather always, cousin Archie, and so we always joked about, Peyton and Eli are our cousins, even though it's super distant. But I always followed them just for that. I was a big Peyton Manning fan. Eli, I was kind of like, it's Eli. But I pulled for him. It's the only time I've ever pulled for the Giants ever in my life. Do you know, on Old Miss's campus in Oxford, the speed limit signs are 18 for Archie Manning. So instead of saying speed limit 20 or 25 like a normal like school zone or whatever, there's speed limit 18. I wonder what he could have been if he didn't play, for the terrible Saints back in whatever 70s, 80s. Late 70s? I'm from Oxford. They go much. Oxford's actually a little hidden gem. Oxford's a really nice place. The tailgate in Oxford, Mississippi, is one of the, I don't want to call it underrated, but it's one of the most impressive tailgates you'll ever see anywhere in all of football. I mean, they have like chandeliers hanging from their tents in there, and like people actually serving the food, and you're like in the middle of nowhere, Mississippi. Super nice. Boy, Trump is on a true social binge right now, but it's nothing to do with anything. What is Bookmap doing? Oh yeah, there's huge order on Bookmap. I say huge, it's one of the larger ones we've seen today. There's a little bit more up at 622, which is probably that gap fill, if I had to guess. 630. Yeah, in that area. Let's see, you should get a big... there's about 250 orders sitting right here at 600. Nvidia made a new high. Nvidia's back over 220. Wow. That was a big bounce off of that back test of the same area. Previous all-time high.
I will be right back.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you've gotten full IB extension on everything. You've gotten golden retraces on everything. What a beautiful day. Caston, you're short? Is this thing like really does a blow off top? I could probably get on board with like a scalp back short. This is such a strong, trendy move. IB is a great question. What's the meaning of IB extension? How can I measure it? So let me turn off drawings here. Let me go over here to NQ, drawings off. All right, so IB stands for initial balance. It is the first hour of the market. So whatever the high and low is of the first hour, I have an indicator that does it for me. But whatever the first hour of the market is, that's your IB range. And then if you think about it from like within the IB here, let me come over here. So there's the IB range. You have a midpoint, you have 25 and 75% like retracement areas. So here's a midpoint, here's 25, here's 75. And then if you take that range, whatever it is, and just double it, that's one full extension. And then obviously if you take half of it and add that on top, that's a half extension. So there's a full and this would be the half. So when I look at it, I see like based on whatever the range is of the first hour, I look for extensions of half of that range and then a full range if it's a really strong day. Anything beyond that is usually out of the ordinary. There's statistics that back up all this that you can go with all this. Here's, ES, same thing. ES, you had what? Basically 30-point IB range. So half extension would be around 15. So like right here. And then if you took the full range, 30-point full extension, there it is right there. Good way to set some targets on extensions, especially when you have I guess today we do have some price action here, but those orders never filled there, by the way. It stopped one tick in front of them on NQ. This has been an amazing week for everyone, for both sides. I've played almost all longs, played some shorts here and there, but played almost all longs. Yesterday I was short, I guess he has some, but top 10 day for you. Let's go, NY. So Fibonacci extensions is just based on whatever range you use, but they're going to use Fibonacci numbers instead of whole numbers. Like on my Fibonacci extension, like I do the retracement then the extension. So like I have Fibonacci type of numbers in there. And then I also have just like 2.0, which is basically the same thing. It's just what is the range that you're in? And then you look to double that range if you get outside of it. RCAT. Let me check. I didn't hear anything, but one of my headphones did die somewhere in the middle of this. It's working now, so it should... I don't see any news on RCAT. Yeah, I don't see anything. I'll keep looking. I'll check my sources here and see if I can find anything. What would you say the biggest proven edge out there for, or the indicator with the biggest proven edge out there? 200. I mean, look, indicators work because enough people believe that they work. I mean, do you consider volume an indicator? And what do you consider as indicators? I mean, if you're talking like, I mean, you take indicators, because indicator could mean like something that just marks stuff on your chart, or there's like obviously SMAs, EMAs, there's Bollinger Bands, there's RSI, there's MACD, there's like all kinds of indicators. Indicators, like, and most of them are, they say that they're lagging. And the reason they say they're lagging is because they're historical, right? It's just historical data. Yeah, Tommy's hitting it right there. It's just the history of what's happening. Yeah, I just got a DM back. Redwire, some kind of contract. Ticker tap, is that, you got that too? Astro Space Agriculture Mission, world's first commercial space greenhouse. Interesting. But yeah, so when I like indicators, I think people have to be careful with indicators. You have to understand what the indicator is telling you and how it's calculating stuff. Like on a 5-minute chart in a trend, there's times where like it looks like we're gonna pull back to an EMA, and it's just like a guide area, right? Because like sometimes maybe you pull back, you know, just underneath it. Sometimes maybe you pull right back to it. Sometimes maybe it looks like you pull back to it and price action pushes up so fast that then the indicator comes and touches it afterwards. I don't think we had a great example of that today, but like a lot of days, like I can almost, and I try to say this out loud whenever I'm seeing it, but there's times where I like, if I'm short and I like a counter trend short, I'll look at it and be like, okay, well, hey, I'm going to go ahead and trim here, because if it pops from here, that EMA is going to catch up and look like it touched, even though in the moment of that candle it didn't. But because the price action continued higher, that EMA, you know, adjusted higher. So, yeah, I mean, just indicate like the 200-day is probably one of the most popular, simplistic, common ones out there that people use as a guide. But even then, like you'll see a lot of times you'll see price go under the 200-day and undercut it for a day or two and then reclaim it. Because there's just such a wide variety of participants in the market. Like things can do all kinds of stuff. All right, Big Joe. Indicators only help guide and help see stuff. Honestly, if I had to tell you my absolute favorite indicator, period, is literally the one that marks yesterday's close, yesterday's low, yesterday's high. This is my favorite indicator by far, is literally that. Where was yesterday's high? Where was yesterday's low? Where did it close today? Cindy, I think what you're seeing, I think it's still just like a little early. But the more and more I like consider it, the more and more I think next Friday is it. I think next Friday is it. And if we get some type of peak good news before then, I definitely think that's what's coming. I'm just waiting on the stars to align. My favorite indicator is a live trader. So I used to joke about watching the Top Step TV and just fading the house account or the tilt. They would look at the tilt and they would say, okay, well, almost everybody's going short. It's time to go long. What's the name of the indicator? The one that I use for, so half of mine are from Edgeful. So there's this one called Ultimate Reversal Setup that literally, as simplistic as possible, it just marks things for me, right? Now, look, there's free versions of almost all this stuff. Like a lot of people ask about the initial balance, the IB indicator. Just go to indicators, type in initial balance. Now make sure you find one that's got like a ton of following and likes or whatever on it, and back test it yourself. Don't just trust that somebody coded a good indicator for free somewhere, but there's a ton of just free indicators out there for stuff. I know somebody that they said they didn't want to pay for the upgraded version of TradingView, but they wanted
We
like
have a great
wanted-
free one now.
you guys do?
Yeah. Well, free with all of our accounts. It's not like an add-on or anything.
Oh, it's like included with the
It's
package.
one actually you would actually really like it. It's all smooth stuff. So all his like pivots, and-
Harmonics.
yeah. Well, no harmonics. So let
Oh,
me see if I have it up here. Give me 1 sec.
yeah. Let me put your screen back on here. It
Uh,
was an interesting question because the question was like, what do you think is proven to be the best indicator out there? And I was like, I mean, my take is always indicators only work because enough people believe they work. Like the 200-day moving average only works. There's not like any crazy math behind it. It's just
well,
there's enough people
it's
that
all
believe it works.
systematics that are running it, and
Exactly. There's enough people that use it that's why it works.
let's see what it comes up with. Yep, here we go. So you can, this is the free one that comes with all clearance plans here. So you can do all the
Oh,
different
yeah.
types of stuff, the intraday pivots. So he likes the daily, weekly, and monthlies.
I like this one because it's got all the extra stuff in it.
Yeah.
The weekly and monthly ones are the ones that I usually miss that I have to go like put for myself.
So this has every one of those. So here you're gonna get all of your different pivots, and if we go to like a 30-minute chart, right, you're gonna get even more. So it takes a second to load them all.
Yeah, because it's got to pull all the price action. These orders are still sitting here on NQ. I haven't filled.
I'm long NQ. That Cypher got long again.
I kind of like the Cypher approach because I feel like it's a microcosm of the entire
It is.
market right now. Just
It buys pullbacks in direction of trend.
yeah. Just imagine if people did that period for the last 2 months.
So like up here is your resistance 1 weekly pivot. The yellow is always a really powerful one. I can't remember what yellow is.
Where is it?
Oh, daily pivot point. And then like look at how it reacted against yellow here. Like just bounce and reclaim, bounce, reclaim.
What?
Smooth Trades Pivot Confluence Scanner.
Is that one of the? Y'all have a strategy built around that?
No, not yet. Soon.
I like that. I like the idea of that because like a lot of like, I feel like there's a lot of trades, especially in futures, where you have pivot points or big areas where people are going to be taking profit or trying to take entries on stuff. So either way, you're going to get some type of reaction area there. And if you have 1 or 2 other pieces of confluence, I mean, this is kind of how I trade, like in a very simplistic manner. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
so what it does is like you can filter out, like if you only want to see like different levels here, right? So you want like intraday 1 hours, right? And you want so the confluence markers means like when there's pivots that are multiple things aligning with each other. So like they'll have like a diamond on it. You'll see. I'll show you.
yeah,
So he did a YouTube video on our YouTube on how to use these, and it's really cool. Takes a while to load. Once it loads, it's pretty good. There we go. So I clearly have too much stuff on here, so let's remove that. Let's remove week, daily, week, and daily. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So you're getting the, see, current confluences. Then here, confluences, the Camarillo pivot, Fibonacci monthly R1 pivot is here too. So you can see where your confluence spots are. And if they line up with things like this, like right now, this would be, he's probably sitting short up here. You know, this is an hourly chart, but if you go to like a 15-minute, it's going to take a second to load again. You know, that's, you're going to see probably why it's up here. It's probably up around somewhere in here. So he would look at this and say, you know what, I'm not shorting until it gets up here. Why am I going to short until it gets up here?
yeah. And it lines, I mean, look, this is a hell of a move, actually.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is low to high. What's our range? 447.
I mean, the initial balance was 150 to 365.
Yeah. ES 65-point range, just an RTH.
Oh, let's see, we got to get a big pop on oil.
Yeah, let me see if there's a headline here. And just the indicator that you're showing there is if you have Clear Edge, it's included with
Yeah,
your Clear Edge membership. Whatever. What do you call it?
subscription.
Product subscription. Yeah, I could think of the words.
And we're adding more and more sort of free indicators to our plans, and and trying to do more manual trading too. I think automation is the most powerful when you when you can accompany it with other stuff.
I don't see any headlines. Did oil just settle, I think, actually? Yeah, it should have been the settlement there. But I don't... Big pop for the settlement. Liverpool hired a new manager. the second time they've come right up to. I don't even know what I have this drawn from. This is from a different day. The second time they've come right up to the all the orders on Bookmap and just ran away from them. That is the pivot point of yesterday's range right there. 93. It's a weird pop on oil. I don't see any headlines. Yeah, when we'll watch Trump live, of course, just in case he says anything.
Well, I am actually going to be jumping off here, guys.
Appreciate you hanging out, Dan. You should come by more often.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Glad
Always
to
a pleasure.
be here.
Like it's been a few weeks since I got to talk with you. I know you came on Spaces once or
Yeah,
twice.
it's been a crazy couple of weeks. We've been doing some onboarding of some very large groups for, using the software and sort of building some really cool stuff out. So it's been an incredibly busy couple of weeks, and which is a very good thing. But we gotten to a point now where we're just onboarding a massive amount of people. So it's a really cool thing, and I'm glad that the people are liking the software.
I loved watching you guys go from B to C, because you went from A to B before you even got public. But going from B to C, and then now you're going from C to D and really getting out to the world. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean it's been a cool thing. I mean, we're not even close to our 1 year anniversary. Really, the public launch was November, so we're still 5 months away from that. Before we really launched the software to the public, we were on Spaces, showing what it was going to do, and it was a much different software than it is now. And we've been taking all the feedback we've gotten from everybody and just making it better all the time.
Absolutely. It's good stuff.
Yellow low. Jackie, I'm sorry, what are you asking me here? So that was 3204 was this one here, if that's what you're asking.
What does it say? What's that previous week's low or something?
PP prior something. Pivot point weekly pivot point.
Oh, it'd be interesting to see how that's calculated.
So the yellow low was this one here. Is that what you're asking? The IB high was a multiple pivot point confluence. Yeah, so that when the yellow dots, these are the confluences. So like this one here at 3738 is going to be your next big one on the upside. And then if we sort of go down, the sort of S1 weekly here is going to be at 29,873, but saw sort of the IB low here at 3150, but that pivot at just about 30,200. That was the one where it broke below reclaim. So that would have been the trigger to get long on the reclaim that second time. It's clearly, when you reclaim these major levels like that, it's a very easy trade. All you do is you take it long here, and here's your stop, right? That's how Smooth trades these things. So there's your stop, or roughly. He's long on the reclaim of that level. Long when the stop's below the IB low. It's what I like about these is it gives you a very clear trade setup, so you know where your trade is wrong. You know where your where you have an opportunity to go. And what I think it does best for someone like me, I'm a mean reversion trader. I'm some mean reversion trader. So I'm trying to find a spot to short this, right? This is a major move and retracement back up. So I want to find a spot to short this. It helps me stay out of a short, like until I get to one of these confluence spots. Oil's still pumping, and maybe I'll stop out. I wouldn't say pumping. It's barely over this 93 area. If it loses this 93 and a quarter again, I could see it going right back to the lows. But this is a triple bottom, so I might actually flatten that trade and intervene on that trade. So
Yeah, and it was also, so the oil settlement happens right there at 230, and sometimes you just see like those.
You'll see it pop,
these
right?
price spikes, because people cover positions or put on new positions.
Yeah. So if we fall below 93.25, I think oil's a good short again, or 93.20, let's say. So you fall below there, you could short that against this high, against this 93.50 or so. It could just keep pumping and going up, but I like these sort of breakout failures. That's one of my favorite trades in the world, sort of fake out, breakout. So I'll usually wait until you see that breakout and then wait for it to fail on the downside. And then I have a clean spot where I can be wrong and see if we can get something to stay back in range. Guys,
Yep.
have a wonderful afternoon. It's a beautiful day out, so I'm going to
I saw that on the bottom of your screen.
so here we go. Let's see if we can get this oil to get back under 93.20. Under 93.20, I think that's the spot where you can short that in against this high. And I like those risk reward trades like that.
That look above and fell is one of my favorite trades. I know it's one of yours too.
What is?
Look above and fell.
Oh yeah, huge. It's one of my absolute favorite trades. Look above fail or look below fail. Breakdown fake outs and breakout fake outs are those are my bread and butter. I'm like something like this, right? So say we broke below this level here at 91.90 or whatever that is. We break below that and we get somewhere down here, right? And then we reclaim it up in here. I'm going to be long against that prior low, which was whatever the low of this candle is. So those are some of my favorites to sort of go-to trades. Yeah, Hood is having a good day. Humana is also having a good day. So I run a pretty concentrated stock account. Right now, my concentrated stock account is RH, Restoration Hardware, I entered around 110. Humana, my entry was 240. Robinhood, my entry was just under $40.
Hey, me too.
The ones in here, I gotta filter out what else is here. Oh, and Rivian at $12. So yeah. Oh, and Palo Alto Networks. I bought Palo Alto Networks. What was the date I bought that? Recently. February 24th of this year at 145 was my buy on PanW.
I like that.
So I've been really enjoying running like a concentrated account, 3 to 6 positions of sort of things that are good names that get beat up for some reason. Humana, obviously, Palo Alto Networks got dragged down with other names, and then Robinhood, I just thought was too good of an opportunity when it was sub 40. Robinhood, when did I buy Robinhood? It's like late February of 2025. So that one I've had for a bit. All right, guys. Cheers. Have a great rest of your day.
Take care, Dan.
Right, Dan.
Appreciate you.
Have a great day.
Oh yeah. Now we get to I hope Trump comes on right at Power Hour
Bro,
because
he hasn't spoken in days, has he?
yesterday we watched him. Remember?
I mean, yeah, true. We did.
But before that, he had
Good reminder.
It
I
had
did
been several days.
about that.
Yesterday after hours. But I hope he's. I hope it's one
We're
of
just
those
so
one-time
used. We're
events
so
today.
used to him speaking every day, like multiple times a day, that I'm like, "Whoa."
It has been interesting how much the headlines out of the Middle East have like way calmed down.
Oh yeah, it's yeah. Financial juices. Not
Dude,
even
the-
close to as going
It was
off.
every it was like, you know, at every half hour somebody was saying the opposite of what somebody else had just said.
Yeah.
Trump will be at game 3 NBA final. Of course he will. He's a New York guy though. It makes sense. I have to go find me some snack ski.
Find a snack.
Little snack ski. I really need a nap ski. On card. Look at this loser that goes to the X chat every time. You see this guy, Jordan?
Hold on.
I bet he's wearing Crocs right now.
Who? Oh,
There's
Whale?
there's
Yeah,
this one
not
guy
Whale.
that. Yeah. So no, it's not well.
Not well. He hopped on Spaces for a second yesterday. The goat.
I've been seeing him on Socks on Spaces lately a lot.
Shout out. Homie kills it on the leverage ETFs, bro.
Shout out Leverage Shares.
Yeah.
Speaking of, sponsor
Yes.
of the stream, guys who do this for free all day, every day. Sponsors make it worth our time. Shout out to Leverage Shares. Go to leverageshares.com. Make sure you read the prospectus. Make sure you know, guys know what you're doing. I mean, so yes, people crush it with 2x ETFs all the time. Please learn how they work. Go read about them. Actually do some due diligence. Look in here. There is let's see, I think it's under Trading Hub. There's an education piece. It tells you about how they work. But shout out Leverage Shares, sponsor of the stream. LeverageShares.com. Shout out. Ooh, and that's a really interesting thought, Data J. No PDT. Oh, we'll see. There's still a ton of orders in the book map sitting right up here at high of day. Not as many as that were there earlier, but there's still a solid amount. ES new high, SPY new high. Boy, we called this to a. What did you say? You called it to a T? Where's the T come from? Called it to the T? Maybe it's it. I don't know. But to be a happy hour for me, that's what I know. What a beautiful day. I haven't looked at ANET's chart. Let's look at that one, Dole Cameron. Right off the 21. Jordy rugged himself. Nice. Does Jordan have a ponytail?
No.
No, it's because there's something behind you. Yeah. So like the edge of your chair, the way it was like down the side of your neck. I kind of see what he was talking about. Where do you see that there are orders up there? 2 places. One is Bookmap. 2, I can see it on the DOM. And there's only 120 or so at this point. There were way more earlier. There's about 250. They pulled those away. I know next time we talk to Paul, I'll ask him if they're gonna do any short, like, because there's even some that are like they're not even leverage shorts, they're just inverse. Anthropic Mythos is being embedded into NSA operations for cyber defense. Let me go look for a snack. Oh, let me check that. How is what's up, Alan? Mr. Alan Trades. Frazzy wants to see Dom. Dude, you should like hang Dom from the ceiling. Or like put him on that window door or whatever's to beside you. Just have him chill there. Yeah, it's on another. Yeah, it's not on the screen. Guys, I have. Not only do I have like 1, 2, 3 to 4, 5 windows open on my widescreen here. I have my laptop screen here. I have a different screen with charts, and I have a 34-inch screen over here with 4 other things on it. That's how I monitor the situation. In case anything goes crazy, I'll be right back.
Watch, we'll get a headline. I know, things always happen when Emp walks away, man. He really has to pick his moments. Really gotta pick your moments wisely. Afternoon's good. Alan just chilling. This market is looking still. My goodness. What a move. I caught longs. I caught shorts. I did my deed for the day. And now we're 7 points away from previous day high on ES. That's crazy, bro. If only I just held all my longs. Wow. Bro, what happened to me? I got rugged again. How's the Russell 2000 up almost as much as NASDAQ year to date? What is it up? I don't really looked at that year to date. It's up 17.2. And if we look at like NDX, it's up 19.6. I also don't think it dipped as much as NASDAQ did during the war. But I mean, it's probably just some really strong small caps right now. I don't know. I don't really follow small caps much, so I couldn't like exactly tell you, to be completely honest. I don't really look into that stuff to be honest with you. But yeah, there's likely just some sectors within small caps that are absolutely ripping and have had strength. Sure, there's some that we probably talked about here and there. There's much. How's the Cali life been? It's been good. It's nice and warm. That's for sure. I hate the time. I hate the time zone here. Time zone sucks, dude. But it's nice to see the fam, see some of the friends. It's a good time. I miss my setup though. I miss my PC. Trading on the MacBook honestly isn't bad at all. It's more just like, I mean, I don't even, it's not bad trading at all. It's more just aesthetically pleasing being at my setup versus just being on my laptop. I trade the same. It doesn't change my trading really. Still looking at the charts the same. Yeah, chat. Who made money today? We do this on Spaces, but we'll do it in here too. Throw a 1 in the chat if you're green. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red. Throw a 0 if you're break even, no trades. See how the Wolfpack's trading. Ooh, 111. Let's go. Kill us. Lots of ones. All ones so far. You guys are killing it. Good job. Red, all goody. Nate's red, all goody. Happens. Jarrett, no trades. Lenny Allen, Izzy, Lucas, Frosty. Stay frosty. Big Green looking good. Let's go. Minxie. Minxie's in the chat. What's up, Minxie? When you gonna hop on? Or are you just stopping by for a minute?
So what are you ladies doing? I'm about to have to take care of kids is what I'm about to have to do.
One, 1, 2, 1, 1. Running 5 accounts. I love it.
I like how you put the 2. I like how you put the 2 in the middle.
Yeah.
It wasn't 1 1 1 1 1 2 or 2 1 1 1 1.
No. Respect that.
Look, we get a big sell candle as soon as Minx pops in the chat, and she's still got her power.
Oh wow, we still haven't filled that NDX gap.
No, there's still a gap. The gap was so big though it was unlikely to fill.
Mm.
But previous session's low was pretty high probability. SPX filled it and more.
OCD clogged in there.
Yeah. Look at this candle.
Yeah, right as Minxie shows up, of course. Out of all times of the day. Minx just comes in, look at this. Slap. Thanks, Minx. Appreciate it.
Unusual activity in AMC. Oh boy.
That would be the first question Rooster asks about Minx. Goodness.
Rooster's like a 1-year-old dog. Just that puppy when he finally gets a little, he just starts just everything. He just latches on like this. Just go. My dog used to do that to everyone back in the day. I'd take my dog to the to the dog park, and I just it was just he just hump every dog in the whole dog park. I respect it though, Rooster. High testosterone. What a banger of a day. This day turned out way better than I thought. I was waiting for a day that just read smooth like this too.
My goodness. KOPN. Been ripping.
Quick reminder as you hear a little bell right there in your ear, turn on notifications. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Drop a like on the stream and then turn on notifications. I said this morning, I'll say it again. Guys, you turn noties on, you're going to get one notification whenever we go live, first thing in the morning, right before the market opens. You're probably going to be here watching either way, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. It's the only notification you're going to get. But what it does do is boost out our channel more. It helps the algo if people have notifications turned on for our channel. So if you're here every day, you're hanging out, maybe you're going to show up either way. I know most of you do, before the market even opens, before the stream goes live. But if you hit that notification bell, it will help us grow. And while you're at it, be a friend, tell a friend. What does the 4-hour chart look like? Let's see. Oh, good God. Just engulf the previous 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Previous 4 candles. 3-hour looks great.
What a nasty move from that 4-hour gap.
Also, shout out to Code Wolf at your favorite prop firm. That is another way that helps support us a little bit. Hopefully, not too many of you guys need it today. Some of you may have got chopped up this morning or trapped a little bit. No problems. It happens. Happens to all of us. It's happened to me. It's happened to me recently, and it will happen to me again. Thankfully, I've done pretty good with the risk side of things lately. I am going to throw up Trump Live as soon as we get that. You never know. Something's scheduled at 3. Sometimes it's actually scheduled at 3. Sometimes it's scheduled at Trump's 3, which is 42 minutes later. Don't worry, I am monitoring the situation. And if you weren't here this morning, boy, we had an absolute banger of a stream. What's up, Baba? Come here. Come here. Jordan wants to see your new shirt. My friend Jordan, he wants to see your. He said, "You got your new jersey for the World Cup?
Hey,
You got your new
let's
jersey ready for the
go.
World Cup?"
Yes.
Let's go. My boy's ready. Looking pimped out, my dog.
What does it say right here?
Mexico.
Yeah.
Mexico.
Loud and
Mexico.
proud.
Say it with
There
your
you go.
chest.
Learning to read. Good job, buddy.
Let's go.
Mexico.
He read that all by himself too. That was
Ya
awesome.
tú sabes. Good. Go Max.
He came up to the door and he said, "Dad, I've got my jersey on. If you want to put a game on today, like I can control, you know."
That's hilarious. Goodness.
Thankfully, he's old enough. He's kind of self-sufficient.
Yeah.
The other two, it's gonna be a fun. It's gonna be a fun next 24 hours or more for me. You just give me the 2 boys or just the girl. It's I got that down. But when it's all 3, oof. Gary says he misses those days. Yeah. I'm blessed. That's all I can say. Absolutely blessed. Is this a bull flag? New high on ES. SPX is just going to hit this 6,700, isn't it? Wow. Did he say Messi goat? He doesn't know who Messi. Honestly, if you ask him who Messi is, he'd probably say it's my old dog. My dog was named Messi. Is Spanish their first language? Yeah, yes. So, and you grow up when you're growing up in the house with, you know, whatever language the mother speaks is going to be the first language. Oh, I know what you guys are hearing. Somebody says somebody's snoring. You're hearing my mother-in-law trying to get the baby back to sleep so I can stay here on the stream for a little bit longer. And then they have to run out the door. I don't know how to turn this new monitor down. There it is. Got it. What did I say? 6,700? 7,600. Yeah, Gary. But so my oldest son was born in the US and was around a little bit more. I mean, it was until he was 2 years old. He was around a little bit more English. And I always put all of the videos, like YouTube, movies, stuff like that, I always put it in English. And then I try to speak to him in English as much as I can remember to. but mostly they understand English super well. They won't speak it very much, so I try my best. How many times is it going to go up there close at 600, which is back off? Yes, did hit the next retracement, 7609, exactly 786 fib. How's your fluency? I'm out of 10, like a 8, 9. I mean, I don't know what 10 means, but I mean, am I native? No, but am I close? I mean, so where I'm not like fully fluent, I would say is like like if I had to talk to somebody about like investing or trading terms or medical terms, like some of those things get a little bit. There's just like a vocabulary words I don't know there. But outside of that, everything else, I'd say I'm a strong 9 outside of that. Mateo's son, yeah, yours is but it's because it's in the opposite scenario. So here's Spanish at home, but has all English around him. My kids are now hear English at home, and not even that much, just for me. Lower high. This is maybe the end of the line here a little bit. The White House account's not even live yet, so it tells me there's still a decent amount of time before Trump comes out. Of white people from Arkansas, I've got to be top 10. Got to be. I mean, more like probably like top 2, and I'm not 2. BMW. I looked at RSP earlier, Cindy. I thought it was very interesting that we're making all-time highs on that today. Reddit had a great back test right there yesterday. I don't love Reddit, but what a day. How are the internals looking? Sorry, let me catch up with the chat here for a second. Well, ADD is still over 1,000. That's very strong. Valdi is basically at the highs. So is Valdi Q. Little pullback recently, but still very close to the highs. Baby's crying. Uh-oh. SPX bullish. It depends. What's your time frame? What's your definition of bullish? There's nothing bearish about today's action. There's nothing bearish on pretty much any time frame in the chart. So I don't know what you mean by is SPX bullish, but or for how long you're talking about. But if you're talking about like from now until 40 minutes from now when the market closes, probably not. But it's hard to mention. Orange Turtle, did any of the tools you guys use predict anything close to this move today?
Yeah, my standard deviation projections were beautiful this morning, which I can go over a little bit later when I take over, when I pass the leave, if you want, but absolutely.
So I was live on the stream and went through the entire analysis of how I thought that this would happen and kind of why. So yeah. And I even, so this right here, XLF is moving inverse. So I even talked about this morning. I used the word rotation, and I even said, and me and Rizzo talked about it, what if we see a rotation back to where NQ actually catches back up and ES starts to slow back down? Not like turn around and be inverse, but what if we start to see, you know, a slowdown in SPX or like some of these other sectors of VS? And that was kind of what we were talking about, was like, okay, things rotated heavily into other areas of the market, and then they come back into tech. We actually did talk about that. Any shot that you'll get Scott Redler on the stream? I know he does his own stream, and he's got kind of his own trading service stuff going on throughout the day. I mean, I could ask him. He's going to be at our event. I know, I think you'll be there. He is going to be at our event. Smart guy, been doing it forever. There's just nothing bearish about this market right now. Unless if you want to try to argue the oil, like, okay, I can, like, you can make that, you could say it's a concern, and over time it would be a bearish pressure. But this is an extremely bullish market, an extremely unique situation of a bullish market. Hey, what is your opinion on where the market is going to go? You think we sell off for liquidity, for instance, by SpaceX, and the money rotates into software like Facebook and Microsoft? You know, I don't know 100%. I think there's going to be some other catch-up trades. So, like, I'm watching just to kind of see so I can be ready to react. But rate-sensitive names, IWM, other sectors of the market, like maybe banks, some of these things that have been lagging while everyone's chased the semis. We see some money rotate out of there into other things, especially if we get, you know, oil drops back down like it should, rates start to come back in a little bit. I mean, the rates will be interesting to watch. Obviously, we have a new Fed chair in, 2 weeks, I think, is the first meeting with our new Fed chair. So that's going to be an interesting time. So we'll see. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of things that could happen between now and I mean, where's the market going to go? I mean, does the market need to cool off? Yes, but when and from where? That's the million-dollar questions nobody knows. So, like, I'm looking for us to go into more of a consolidation soon. Maybe put in a range, maybe pull back a little bit, start to build a little bit of a range up here. And a little more broadening is like what happened today for a couple of hours. I expect to see that happen on a broader scale soon, where some things slow down. BA has a headline. Boeing hiking production to 100 units or something. Let me see if I find that full headline. 70. Boeing exploring 737 production hike to 70 jets per month. It's funny you say that. Boeing getting a little pop right on that headline. Boeing has a big I mean, if you look at this on even a bigger, this is a huge consolidation here. This could be a very explosive move once it finally happens. I own Boeing. Will continue to own Boeing. Only so many companies that make jets. And half the deals that Trump is making with other countries involve them buying more Boeing. So it just seems like a good place to be in. Maybe some defense type of stuff here, but I've built a position here. I'm not actively trading it because it's not actively in a breakout. I would probably think about trading it if it got up here into an active breakout. But I think that Boeing's going to be over $300 in the next couple years, if not sooner. We'll see. Lord of Wall Street, this could be very true. CapEx starts to slow down. Obviously, if earnings start to disappoint. The other thing to watch will be, does CapEx slow down, but do revenue streams? This is what I think we got to really watch for, and this is kind of what I think the market's starting to look for. Investors are starting to look for. All this money being spent on AI, when does the revenue start coming in from it? So I think that's the piece that you got to start looking for here. All right, here we go.
Person, Andy, congratulations, Andy, on a big victory.
Thank you for your help.
That's great. I appreciate it. But you're very good at what you do, and I've been backing you right from the beginning for a long time, right?
Backing you too, sir.
For years, that's right. You have. Thank you. Congratulations. You won a big election. So you have all voters must show photo ID identification. All voters must show a little thing called proof of citizenship. Would you say that's 99-1, Mr. Pennsylvania?
I would say that's maybe 100 to 0.
I would think so. They say
least it should be.
No, but they say it's 80-20. It's not 80-20. It's 99. And we've never found the one person. There's another one. Then you have no mail-in ballots, but we want to be liberal, as they say. Or we'll say we want to be progressive. So it's no mail-in ballots. You see that's what's happening in California. They're rigging the election. Now, maybe we caught them, and maybe they won't be able to get away with it. They tried with me. They did it successfully the second time. The third time, we made it too big to rig. Too many votes. They couldn't do it. They can only go. They sort of gave up at about 9:07 where they got slaughtered with the votes that came in. But no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. So we're being very progressive. And we just don't want cheating in our elections. And you see it happening in California. Those numbers are coming down rapidly. They found a lot of mail-in ballots last night, shockingly. So we don't want that. Then we added best of. This is best of Trump. No men in women's sports. No transgender mutilization surgery for our children. I would say that's pretty close to 99-1 also. No men in women's sports. I would say that's pretty good. We had the quarterback, Jackson is the quarterback for the Giants. He's a big, strong guy. And I said, how do you think you do in women's sports, Jackson? He said, pretty good, sir. He didn't know I was joking. He was not worried, let me put it that way. He would have been the greatest athlete in the history of women's sports. You're going to see the size of this guy. Like a male model, and he's going to be a great quarterback. So we talk about that. And so we just would like the Senate, Democrats, Republicans to pass it. Interestingly, Democrat people, not crooked politicians, because most of them are crooked, or they're sick, or they're Trump deranged. There is Trump derangement syndrome. But the people, it's 86-87%. Democrats. I mean, Democrats are fun. I have a lot of Democrat friends, but I don't know, for some reason when they go into politics, they get radical left crazy, and they're trying to destroy our country, but we're not going to let that happen. So today we're taking historic action, Democrats, Republicans, to pass it. Interestingly, Democrat people, not crooked politicians, because most of them are crooked, or they're sick, or they're Trump.
By the way, I already figured out exactly how to add that to the chart, and I'm doing my own version of it right now.
86-87%. Democrats. I mean, Democrats are fun. I have a lot of Democrat friends, but I don't know, for some reason when they go into politics, they get radical left crazy, and they're trying to.
They're going to go get those offers at the figure.
So today we're taking historic action to bring down the price of energy and the cost of living for all Americans with the power of clean, beautiful coal. If you look at China, if you look at so many of the successful countries, they're using coal. If you look at some of the real great failures countries, they're using wind. Just keeps blowing, and puts you right out of business. Very expensive, most expensive energy there is. So wind is not working very well.
There you go.
But they keep it going, and because
Come on, go get it.
Get subsidies by countries that are
Take it to 306.40.
Watch 7600. Yes.
Understands numbers very well.
Or
Doug was
SPX,
very,
sorry.
very successful. Believe it or not, I used to think it was in
7613 on
energy,
yes.
But he was successful in technology, and he sold his company to, I think, Microsoft, right? And for a lot of money, and he ran for politics. He ran for office, went to North Dakota, won immediately, won governor, who was very successful for 8 years. And I watched him during one of the performances of some very talented people. And I said, we're going to get him to work for us. And then I said I was going to put him in charge of energy. And he said, sir, there's a better man than me for that one. Not in all ways, you feel that, but in one way, in energy, you do. And that was Chris.
Took it.
Business, really a big business. And it's real power. It's in terms of power, there's really nothing like it. You have so many different alternatives. They talk about some, but there's no real alternative. China, by the way, last year built 52 coal plants. They built about two windmills, You know, the only time they build a windmill is when they're trying to sell them to stupid people from the United States, the suckers. And by the way, and all over Europe, they sell the windmills, but they don't use them. I wonder why. They use coal plants and other things. These actions will support over 14,000 jobs and save the American people $50 billion in electricity costs. We're pleased to be joined by Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum. He has been great. I don't want to give him a big swollen ego because then all of a sudden he'll leave me and I'll be stuck with Interior. I don't want to be stuck. But he's really done a great job. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, who's fantastic. And maybe our MVP. What do you think, Doug? It's close.
Yes, right here.
What do you think? MVP, Lee Zeldin. And the job he's done is great. We had the auto industry in yesterday. They don't want people to fix their car. I said, that's strange. I'd never heard of that. They have a thing to, nobody's allowed to fix their car. They gave a man 7 years in jail, actually, because he fixed his own car. So I thought we'd do something about that. But we'll get it all straightened away. Can you believe it? They want a bill that prohibits people from fixing. So if you're mechanically inclined, you know, I went to school with some guys that were, in some cases, horrible students. But they could fix an engine blindfolded. They could take a car apart blindfolded. But they weren't too good at arithmetic and other things. But they were great. And so there's a move on to stop people from fixing their car. I didn't understand it, but we had a great meeting yesterday with the head of General Motors and Roger Penske, head of Ford. We had a great meeting, I think. Thanks as well to a friend of mine also for a long time, West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey. I won by 45 points, Patrick.
It's not enough.
I love those people. And Wyoming, I think maybe even slightly more than West Virginia.
Just a little more.
We did pretty. I like this group of people. But Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, respected guy, great governor, both of them really amazing. And Representatives Dan Muser, Riley Moore, Derek Van Orden, Juan Ciscomani, and Andy Barr. So you have a lot of representatives here that are fantastic. Today we're officially invoking the Defense Production Act to save 13 coal plants in West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Arizona, Arkansas, Oklahoma.
Why am I getting rugged?
Incredible plants.
BTU is one of the tickers.
Really producing a lot of the electricity, right? The electricity, it's really the best at that. You know, when they find something better, Chris, I think we'll be all set for it, right? But they're a long ways from finding something better.
Coal's critical.
And so when you look at that, those states, West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Arizona, Arkansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Wisconsin, what do they all have in common? Trump won them.
Wisconsin,
I won every one of them by a lot, right?
Yeah.
I'm not even mentioning Pennsylvania, which we won also, right? But we won them all. We won all 50. We had an honest count, if you want to know that too. Our action will allow these facilities to invest in upgrades that will extend their operational lives for decades into the future, reinforce the reliability of our electric grid, which is really the biggest beneficiary, and most importantly, keep electricity prices very low for the American people. This brings the total number of coal plants that we've saved during my administration, just like when we said we saved 25 water fountains. Think of this, these are fountains, beautiful fountains that were so horrible to look at with the graffiti. Over 40 years, many of them closed over 40 to 50 years. The big one, the reflective lake, reflective, some people call it a pond, some people it's like a lake. But the reflective lake was built in 1922. It never really worked from the beginning, from 1922. That's a long ways. So it's over 100 years old. And it never really worked because they had the wrong base. It was always leaking. They didn't have what we have today. So it's pretty amazing what's happened. And, you know, I hate to say it won't leak, but it won't leak because we use the material that doesn't allow leaks. You know, it's like a swimming pool doesn't leak. You use the right. This is called swimming pool on steroids. So it's great stuff. And today's actions, we're also supporting coal mines and coal miners in Wyoming and Pennsylvania, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, North Dakota, and New Mexico. And they're all going back to work. You know, it's interesting with the mines, that famous scene of Hillary when we went to West Virginia.
Yeah.
And she had just left another state and she was trying to convince everybody that they should go into technology, no longer be miners. And these guys in West Virginia, they didn't want to hear about it. They wanted to be, remember that scene around the table? They talked to this beautiful, big, strong miner, and they wanted him to make computer chips. She said, we'll teach him how to make computer chips. His hands were so large, he couldn't hold a computer chip. He's looking at it. Your fingers are like 3 inches around, and they're talking about making a computer chip. And he didn't like it, and he ended up being one of our best ads ever. She wasn't, and she did rather poorly. She lost, I think she lost by 77 points or something like that. Pretty tough to go knock coal, and then you go 2 weeks later to West Virginia to try and win the state. It didn't work out well for her. But the miners love us. What do you think we got with the coal miners? Would you say we got 90%, 100%? What do you think we were on this?
Pretty high.
Yeah, pretty
Probably
high.
higher than any group in the country.
Pretty high. Yeah, it can't be bad. Well, we did well with all of
I
them.
wouldn't
I'll
be
tell you,
surprised if
the group that
IWM
now
was
likes
to
us
be,
are the auto workers because we're building more oil
Yes,
plants now
yes,
than at
it's
any time
close
in
to
the
it.
history of our country.
It's not yet.
So it's great to watch.
Chain
and see what's
75.
going on with the U.S. We're the most respected country anywhere in the world, and we were a dead country a year and a half. We were a dead country. We were laughed at. We were a mocked, laughed at country. Starting this summer, the West Gateway project will break ground, and by summer 2028, over 12 million tons of clean, beautiful coal per year will be shipped to countries all around the world. And this project's been delayed over 10 years, and Biden ended it, and then Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama, another one. He's another beauty. But that delay is now over, and it's going to be very productive. It's going to fuel our electric plants in particular. It's going to be amazing. Finally, we're taking nearly $200 million in that to set aside for the Green New Scam, and it was set aside for the Green New Scam, but the Green New Scam is history, and repurposing that money so that we restart a coal plant in Maryland and help build 2 brand new coal plants in Alaska and West Virginia. And these are all built with new technology. It's very clean. It's amazing how that's come along. It's all very clean. And the first new coal plants to open in our country since 2013 couldn't open. You couldn't even think. They were only closing them. They were closing them, and you had brownouts all over the place. But you don't have that anymore. Do you notice? Under 4 years of Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats in Congress, not a single permit was approved for a new coal mining project. But in over 1 year of our administration, we've already approved 76 permits for clean, beautiful coal. Last year, we prevented 17 gigawatts of coal-powered electricity from going offline, and that's enough power for about 13 million homes. Think of that, 13 million homes at a very low price. It's the lowest price. So now I'd like to ask Secretary Burgum to say a few words, followed by Secretary Wright, Administrator Lee Zeldin, and then Governor Mark Gordon, and whoever else wants to say a few words, including my new friend, my new governor friend. So, Doug, go ahead.
Well, thank you, President Trump. With these announcements today and everything that your administration has accomplished so far since you've taken office, this administration has done more to save, protect, and expand coal in our country than any administration perhaps ever.
Clean, beautiful coal.
Clean, beautiful coal, absolutely. And none,
I'm only kidding.
That's okay. When you took office, the first thing you did was declare an energy emergency. Some people questioned that, but the prior administration under Biden had gone so far down the path of pursuing the highly subsidized, intermittent, weather-dependent sources of electricity that our grid was at risk. You understood that, and you understood that how key coal is. It's the backbone of having affordable, reliable, and secure American energy to power our country, power our electric grid, power our competitiveness in AI, and power all the manufacturing that's coming back. As you mentioned, with those record coal leases, this is where we take federal public land, lease it to the private sector. They write a check, that comes into the Treasury. They create jobs, help support local communities. So there was 0 coal leases held in 4 years under the Biden administration. You heard the president talk about 76 here. We've slashed red tape. Those took years to get. Some of these projects for coal mining we've approved in less than 1 month under the emergency procedures. And we also have opened up for leasing another 13.1 million acres that people can bid on in our country on public land. And this is land that was set aside. This is not national parks, it's not wilderness area, it's not our wildlife refuges. This is public land that was set aside for the benefit and use of the American people, including energy development, making sure that we've got affordable, reliable energy. So using those public lands is what we're doing. And then the last thing within Interior, I would say we did strategically designate to the U.S. Geologic Survey, which is part of Interior, designate metallurgical coal as a critical mineral. So it's on the list. And that opens up a number of opportunities. But without metallurgical coal, we don't have coke, we don't have the steel industry. The Biden administration was indiscriminate trying to shut down our metallurgical coal as well as our thermal coal. So, and then the last thing you mentioned, the coal export facility, again, working through all the permitting to drive towards that so that we can be selling clean, reliable energy to our allies in the Pacific who want to do more trade with us. And lastly, again, thank you for creating the National Energy Dominance Council. Our executive director, Jared Hagan, is here today, but Chris, Lee, and I all have details on that team, and that's operates right out of the White House, and that's why President Trump is able to get so much done so quickly. This is the first time ever we've had a president with a White House council specifically focused on energy and what an impact it's having.
Well, and thank you to perhaps slightly less importantly, but I think very important, the National Garden of American Heroes is going to be unbelievable. And I'd like to know how you're doing on that, and how are you doing on the Great Triumphal Arch. So every city, just about every major city, has a triumphal arch. This is an arch that's a real bow, a beautiful bow to your military and military victories. Nobody's had more military victories, including recently, than we have. And they never got the arch built. It's been, the Civil War stopped it. That circle has been sitting there for a long time, for many, many years. And, I guess you could go back to, in 1902 they tried it, but in 1860 and 1880 they just never got it done. The Civil War stopped it the first time. That was a good reason. I think that's probably not a bad, that was a good excuse. But, after that it just never happened, and we're going to get it done. And so we're doing it with the Department of Interior, and we're also doing the National Garden of American Heroes, which is phenomenal. And we're doing something that just came up. We'll have a little breaking news here because nobody's heard of it, but at the Lincoln Memorial, the front was supposed to be the back was supposed to be the front. It never got built because they built 2 roadways behind it after it was built, and it shut off the gateway to the water. That was really going to be the main entry, and we're going to be doing that. It's called the Promenade. It'll be the Promenade. They want to call it the Trump Promenade, but I don't know if I want to do that. But it's going to be beautiful. It's a beautiful project, and it's going to take the Lincoln Memorial right down to the Potomac, which it was always scheduled to do. But when they built the roads, that was the end of that. But we have a way of beautifully going over those 2 roads, highways, very, very strong, very important roads, actually, as you know, from the bridge. But it's going to be great. So can I ask, for just a couple of seconds to talk about those 3 great projects that we're just starting?
Well, I'd say that it's important for everyone to know that, as you described, these are plans and ideas that have existed almost since the end of the Civil War. But the McMillan Plan, which is the one that designed the National Mall as we see it today, that was in the early part of the 1900s, envisioned this connection, that you would have the memorial bridge between the Lincoln Memorial and Arlington Cemetery. At the halfway point, there's a very large circle. It was designed to hold a monument. The arc that would go there is a fantastic complement and completion of this plan that's over 120 years ago, President Trump's vision of how to build that.
Reminder, tomorrow is
President
NFB,
Trump
guys.
has talked to President Macron from France.
Yes, sir.
More people visit the Arc de Triomphe than even visit the Eiffel Tower. I mean, this would be a highlight for Americans.
I
to
think
come.
that's it. I don't
Views
think they can
back
get
of
it
the
back
city
up again.
From the top of the arch would be amazing. The views from this side, from West Potomac, where the National Guard of Heroes was, looking
That's what
across
she
past the
said,
arch
and
would be
also
amazing.
I wouldn't be
And of course,
surprised if they push it
promenade
right
on the
back up
backside
there.
of the Lincoln is,
Trend
as
day
President
closed
Trump
near the
described,
high.
Right now, there's no pedestrian access. You're on the mall.
We
People
got
come from around
13
the world. They
minutes.
don't know that 100 yards away is the beautiful Potomac River, which was part of the original plan.
But you might be
Now
right.
they'd be able to
I don't know
walk
if the
around
MOC
Lincoln
will be a
Memorial,
big buy.
Walk on a pedestrian bridge over the first
Well, I'm gonna
highway,
put my
walk
money
over the
where my
next one,
mouth
and
is.
right down to the water. It would complete the
But I'm
original
not
vision.
shorting them,
These
I'm buying.
projects would complete
If
the
anything, I would
original
buy
vision
at
of the
like
Plan.
500,
And
480.
how fortunate are we to have the
Yeah, I don't
builder
know
in
if we're
chief,
gonna get
someone
that
who
low.
both has the vision and the understanding of how to get projects done that would,
Oof.
again, make our city safe and beautiful, just like the executive order President Trump put out last year has accomplished. And wow, we are ready for the celebration of our 250th anniversary. The city's never been safer, it's never been more beautiful, but President Trump's not stopping there. Vision that he has for these projects would extend for generations forward. So thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Great job. And Secretary Chris Wright, please.
No coal, no modern world.
No, it's,
Stated another way, without clean, beautiful coal, the modern world is impossible. And we saw 17 years ago President Obama's election an all-out attack on the American coal industry, the industry that built our nation. We wouldn't have the buildings, the factories, the industry, the electricity grid we have today without the critical contribution of coal. It's been the largest source of global electricity for 125 years in a row, and will be for decades to come.
I don't know.
In the United States, it remains a critical source of our electricity, also a critical source for our industry. Can't produce steel and cement and other materials without coal. And beyond the impacts of coal in our electricity sector, just think of the direct impact on human lives. If President Trump had not been elected and inaugurated in January of 2025, and through his authority at the DOE, we were able to force keeping open 6 coal plants. As of today, there'll be a 7th one, and more than twice as many that voluntarily said, hey, if we're not going to have to close, we need to stay open. 17 coal plants were not closed in 2025 because of President Trump sitting at this desk and in this position right here. That saved 17 gigawatts of electric generating capacity, and the winter storm Fern that hit our country in the last week of January this year, conservatively, hundreds of Americans would have lost their lives
Buying
if those
ES right
17
on the
coal plants
21.
had closed. We pushed the East Coast electricity grid in the United States absolutely to the limit. A storm Uri hit 5 years ago in Texas, smaller in geographic extent, not the same magnitude, over 300 people died.
MOC.
But because we had those coal plants operating and running, and not only did they run, wind power disappeared when the storm hit. Solar's irrelevant in the winter, so things we talk about didn't even matter to our electricity grid except for cost burdens. Coal stepped up and produced 25% more electricity during this storm than its normal, reliable chugging out of electricity. Without those plants, without that increase in electricity production, we lost a lot of Americans, untold economic damage. President Trump is the president with the courage and the boldness to defend an industry that has been maligned for far too long and to recognize its importance.
Nvidia's
Americans
sell.
are
That's the only
upset
big
about
name
high
I see.
electricity prices, blame closing existing reliable, secure plants and replacing them with subsidized, unreliable plants, a guaranteed way to drive electricity prices up. But this administration is committed to reversing all of that. That money we've talked about from the Defense Production Act, thankfully, because of the One Big Beautiful Bill and these fantastic congressmen sitting around me and governors, without that legislation, we wouldn't have the money and the Defense Production Act authority to keep open so many plants. It is hard to overstate the magnitude of this. If you look at our efforts across the whole government so far, 45 coal plants are open today that would not be open. Where would we be to reindustrialize America? Where would electricity prices be if we had let all of those plants close? But we're not doing it. All of those plants, that's $700 million of government funding, but it's matched with $1.7 billion of private investment from the owners and operators of those plants. All the people in those states that say, phew, we don't have to kick our industry out and raise electricity prices again. Common sense is returning to Washington, D.C. And for that, I'm incredibly thankful to be here in the United States government, to work for President Trump, who will stand up for what's right, bring common sense back, and reinvigorate an industry without which we would not have the America we have today. And we're going to reindustrialize America, win in the next generation of technologies, and we're going to do it in critical part because of a growing and thriving coal industry. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Secretary Burgum. Thank you, Lee Zeldin.
Good. And Lee Zeldin, how about saying a few words?
For so many Americans, clean, beautiful coal is their source of heat, of energy, of warmth, of a job, an economy, a community, a family. And for too long, you saw Democrats who were telling these coal miners that they should just learn to code. And what we saw during the Biden administration at the EPA, for example, was regulation after regulation after regulation trying to strangulate out of existence coal, to destroy it. Enter President Trump. Declares a national energy emergency, creates a National Energy Dominance Council, and he told us at the EPA, at Trump's speed, to be getting rid of these regulations as quickly as possible on behalf of those Americans who want to just stay warm, who want to live the American dream, who want to have affordable access to energy. The Democrats were running for power to sit at this desk to leverage that power to destroy these communities. Enter President Trump. He has saved clean, beautiful coal, and it's been an honor.
Great job, too.
I know.
Wyoming Governor Mark.
There's a lot of colors everywhere. Huh.
Mr. President, it's an honor to be here. Thank you to the secretaries who have breathed life into an economy in Wyoming that has been there for a long time. Wyoming produces the cleanest coal, low sulfur coal.
You don't mind if I push them?
And it's fun because we have a chance to educate our kids.
Yeah, they're waving back at you in the chat.
When a kid grows up in Wyoming, their education's paid for in large part by the coal severance taxes, by the royalties that come from mining that coal that was shut down by the Democrats. When they have a chance to get a job, they can go look to the coal mine. And it's not just digging coal the way we used to. It's high-tech jobs. You know, at this point, we don't mine coal the way we used to at all. It is very, very technologically proficient. And what's more important, it's environmentally sound. I would invite you to come and look at the reclamation that's happened in the Powder River Basin. And we can demonstrate that it's environmentally sound, that actually wildlife populations thrive and do better. Today, Mr. President, I really want to talk to you a little bit about our recent trip to Japan and to Taiwan. Those countries that were going to forswear coal.
500.
Realize that they need that reliable, dispatchable, secure.
I want to take it long here and you're not letting me.
But they can't get it as clean as they can.
We're going long?
So to be able to open the Oakland port is absolutely essential for the lifeblood of our state and for our coal mines. It is something that we tried to do in your first administration, and we almost got there. We actually were prepared to go through that, I guess, belt that we have on the West Coast, California, Oregon, and Washington, and finally enforce the Commerce Clause to allow states like New Mexico, Wyoming, Utah to have access to that Asian market.
90.
And let me just tell you one last thing about that.
95.
It's not just about clean, beautiful coal.
We have companies like Peabody that are now saying, we believe we can get rare earth minerals and critical minerals from what we're doing. So we are advancing technology, advancing
Bounce
the
is gonna be after the
opportunities
close-up,
and the
I think.
security of the state, all because of your vision, sir.
I'm gonna wait.
Would you like to say something on behalf of West Virginia?
I would like to
Orders
say,
at 480.
Mr. President, all West Virginians are so deeply grateful
There's no news out, right?
for your focus on protecting their energy jobs. The coal miners know the incredible importance of why we're here today, and to talk about the potential for new coal-fired power plants, that excites them. And I think West Virginians are really inspired because we're America's energy state. When you think about what's happening on the global scene, where that fight, that international fight with China for information technology supremacy, we believe that your policies are going to allow America to compete and win. And West Virginia is going to supply the coal, the gas, the nuclear to help make that happen. So I'm very excited by everything you're doing, even some of the relatively small things when you come in and you sign agreements with your administration, putting hundreds of people back to work. It's all making a big difference for West Virginia. So
my
thank
orders
you.
below and try a little bit long
As
here.
an example, the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. It bothered me for many years. We have 92% of the frontage, and we made that little change. And Mexico was thrilled. They were thrilled about it. But that was a good one, right? You were telling me before that was a good one. It's about the United States now for a little while, if it's okay. Would you have any questions?
Yes.
Yes, President Trump, this was just crossing as we were heading in here. President Zelensky wrote a letter to President Putin. He wants the two of them to meet to hash out the end of the war in Ukraine because he thinks you are too busy with the war in Iran. Is he right?
Well, I don't know. I'm glad that they're maybe talking about meeting. I think we had a lot to do with it. I know exactly what you're doing. But I think it would be great if they met. They should get it done.
Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk lately about the Treasury putting your face on a $250 bill. Have you seen a mock-up of the Trump $250 bill? And if that winds up being currency, would you ever be able to tip anyone anything but that?
Well, I think I'd probably leave it for everybody. I have actually seen something just about 2 days ago. I know it's been pushed by a lot of our supporters, and I'm honored that they're doing it, but we'll see how that all works out. But I have heard about it, and there is a group of people, they really like the job we're doing, you know, so that's a great honor. Yeah, please.
You announced just a few days ago that you're naming Bill Pulte as the acting director of national intelligence. There's been a little bit of a pushback from some Senate Republicans. Why do you think, Mr. President, he's the best person for the job?
Well, he's very smart. He's a person who's got high integrity. He's done a phenomenal job at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You know, you probably have $1 trillion in value there. When he took over, it was much less, and I guess I'm responsible for that too because everybody wanted me to sell
on
it
X.
in my first term for 10% of what it's worth right now. If I would have sold it, we would have lost $900 billion. We would have lost. I mean, think of it. It's probably worth $1 trillion.
Last minute of play.
And I was offered. People wanted to sell it at $100 billion. A very small percentage of what it's worth now. So, and he built it up a lot. Did a great job. And it's an acting position. It's not a permanent. He's not going to be permanent because I don't think he'd want to be permanent. But he's a very smart guy, and he may find out some things about the rigged elections, et cetera, et cetera. I think he'd like to do it. I think he wants to do it very much. Got a lot of energy. But he'll be very good. Again, it's not a permanent position. Right. We're interviewing people right now, but it's somebody just to take it over for a little while.
Does he have the necessary, in your view, Mr. President, the necessary national security experience to take on that position?
Well, I do, and I think he does, actually, because he's smart, because a lot of national security, I wasn't greatly experienced in national security, and I think I've done a really great job with it. A lot of people would say that. I've ended 8 wars, and soon to be a 9th. I hope that works out too. Frankly, probably. And there's another one also. It could be 10. No president. I don't think a president's ended 1 war having to do with outside of this country. So, we've done a good job. I would say that Bill is a guy that will be able to figure it out very quickly. Again, it's short
We
term.
can turn this off at any
but
point. I've got
He
to.
may be very effective for a short period of time.
I had yeah. What's up, Mark? Great for you to join. We had a death in the family from my wife, so I've got 3 kids I'm trying to take care of here. I'm going to have to jump off here pretty quickly.
Historic trip with Secretary Wright of the small
Sorry to hear that, man.
nuclear reactor on the West Coast early this year. Are we making more progress? Because I know how critical gas is.
Say bye.
I see the fan on there, Geordie. It's nice and warm where you are.
Oh, look at that cutie pie.
Oh yeah. Look
Yeah.
at oh.
Bye bye.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Later, Ryan. Sounds good. Later,
Hang in there,
Frank.
man.
What's up, Mark? How we doing?
It's a bit cold here.
Oh, is it?
Coldest
Over
day
in
of the year.
Australia?
Yeah, not too bad. It'd probably be about, I think it's about under 10 Celsius, so about 40 something, low 40s. For you.
Yeah, I don't like those numbers.
No.
California's warm, Puerto Rico's warm. Everywhere I like to be is warm. So
This is as cold as we get. Yeah.
Well, how are things going? Excited to have you back on. I know for the people that are in the audience, we're going to be talking a little bit about PairSync, which is a pairs trading platform that gives you pairs trade ideas. It's pretty interesting. Not something I've used in the past, really, but we've had Mark here on a few times, and he showed us some crazy results and some pretty cool trades, and just different to what we kind of know. So stick around for the next 25, 30 minutes or so. We're going to chat about this. But Mark, how are we doing?
Cool. Good. Thanks, Geordie. Yeah, no, we've been busy. We did a couple of pushes and builds this week, just a few updates to make things a little bit easier. So I thought I might walk through a couple of trades that we've put on. We're just testing everything with paper at the moment for probably most of June, but we're actually putting some of the system to work. So I've talked a lot about the theory so far, which is super boring, and you really don't need to understand the intricate maths involved. If you can just see numbers and have a philosophical understanding of what they generally mean, that's been the whole purpose of the project. It's such a complicated set of mathematics in the background. We've just tried to wrap it in a front end that anyone can use, because if we had a mission, we'd probably say, it's to show the world this, there's an alternative to momentum trading, which is kind of won the day for the last, 30 years, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Market's pretty gnarly and choppy at the top here. So it's a strategy you can put some money to work in outside of your core activity and your core investments, which will generates money from a different source. It's a different source of alpha without the big market exposure, and it can be a little bit slower and less clicky, like you say. So it doesn't have the sex and violence that you get out of futures trading and active day trading, but it's
for sure. I mean, but you get that excitement when you're running to the bank with all your profits, right? That's the way I look at it.
That's right.
If you're getting the results, that's what really matters. Whether or not you're feeling like you're on a high or not throughout the intraday,
And it's kind of substituted by the satisfaction of making money from a set of rules and processes that you've been following the system. Systematic trading is a reward in that sort of respect. You've been following rules. It's not so much did you respond on time? Was it reaction speed and processing speed? It's not so much about that because of its.
I like that because I rely more on that anyway. I'm of course there's always discretion when you're intraday trading in some form, but for the most part, all my decision making is strategy based, mechanical. The only time it becomes discretionary is, certain news events here and there, or certain times when I'm deciding to size more or size less, but try and keep the strategy very mechanical, so I hear that. I resonate with that completely.
Yeah, it's a superpower if you can be disciplined and stick to that. That's the crux of it. But I'll can I just jump on and share my
Yeah,
screen?
share your screen. Go ahead. I'll
OBS
bring it
virtual.
right up once you share it.
That's not doing it. I want to do
the very middle button with the
gotcha.
little arrow. Top. There
How's
you go.
that?
All right, we got you.
You got that?
Yep.
Right. So first things first, I guess we set up. Well, the automation's been set up for a while, but I hooked the whole thing up to my Interactive Brokers account for paper this week, and it took literally half an hour, or not even half an hour really. It's just if I change it, can you see that tab there, the signal stack?
If you switch tab, it should say at the top, share this tab instead. If you do that, then I can see it. Yeah, there we go. You just have to do that when you switch back and forth.
So this is Signal Stack. There's a bunch of them out there. There's Zapier, M8N. There's a couple more, and this will just ask you to connect to your broker. There's about, it looks like it's probably towards 30 brokers, including crypto, that you can hook this up to. It kind of gives us a broker agnostic sort of front end because we're not technically an execution service. So we're just broadcasting the signal into these servers, and your broker will pick these orders up. So I've been testing it this week, and they're just simple market orders at this stage. We'll be able to dial in things like, adaptive algo so people get a gentler fill. We can do TWAP and VWAP orders, whatever you want. We can customize all that.
TWAP is time weighted average price, correct?
Yeah, look, when you're working micro size, it doesn't really matter. I would say that, executing with adaptive algo for IB is probably the best way if you're executing both legs simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
We generally look at the signals on the signals are generated on the closing price today. They'll be computed in about 3 hours. And then you've got the rest of the day to look through those signals and decide which ones you're going to execute, which ones you will follow and trade. And then, so let's say you've got this all hooked up. Obviously, if you were doing it yourself, that's the last thing you'd show on a podcast because that's your URL to your server.
Gotcha.
Once that's hooked up, that's the other important box there, which is the leg one target. So the system defaults to $10,000 leg one. So if there's a hedge ratio, it'll be roughly 10,000 long, 10,000 short in terms of dollars. Just for this sort of test period, I've changed that to $2,000 to make it all a bit more relatable. And the second leg will automatically adjust itself. So that's how the broadcasting is going to work. It's going to connect to your signal stack with that URL. The signal stack's already connected to your broker. You just, I think it's in global settings. You select ActiveX on an API read only, and then you're connected to the broker. It's super simple.
Gotcha.
And then
pretty easy.
Yeah, and then my process would be at this stage, I would just go to the watch list. Whether there's anything there or not doesn't really matter. You can just click on continuously curated, go US leaders, load full country. And that's just populated these 5 watch list tabs with.
Okay. So you don't even have to do the work to find names. It'll just bring up these for you.
No, look, the hardest things to do in pairs trading are, if you were going to do this yourself on Excel and Python and whatever, you have to get the entire universe that you're looking at, split it into relatively economically related cohorts, like, split them by industry. Sector can be a little bit wide. We do match pairs by sector if there's a relatively close market cap, and but industry pairing is generally the way to go, which gives you a very large number of pairs to filter through. So we've done that, and then we've tested it and proven that we have statistical pairs. So basically, like I was saying to you last week, and over the last couple of weeks, and I won't bore people with it, we're just proving that there's that special relationship that's more than correlation. It's called co-integration, and it's, think of it as the dog on the leash. We're predicting how strong the leash is. Is it a big dog? Will the leash break? Has the dog come back to you from a long leash over the course of your walk over the past 12 months? And that would look something like a spread ratio chart. And there's other ways to express it, but that's basically you walking in the middle with them as the mean, and that's the distance of the excursion of the pair. And you're just trading it from the extremes into or around the mean. And it's predictable, it's proven statistically, gives you a little bit of comfort. They do break from time to time, but we'll show you the ones that we think have got the strongest leash. So, I think it's still number one is Molson Coors Tetra Tech is still the top scoring pair.
This is interesting for everybody to see because traditionally, like, we'll be talking on Spaces and talking on the stream and be like, oh, like, someone will be long NASDAQ and short some oil for like a pairs trade, you call it.
Yeah.
And it's just cool for the audience to see this because this is like actually picking out the best names that you can be pairs trading on, right? And finding that revert to the mean, which is cool. And it's perfectly pairing them together, which I love. You don't have to find it yourself. You know what I mean? So this is just super cool to see. And I threw the link in the chat for everybody too. I'll throw it down there again if you guys want to get on the Pairs Inc. website and just look around, get signed up, and maybe try it out. Because I know some of you guys last time were asking some questions. It seemed like people were interested in it. Might be someone out there that this is perfect for. So take some notes. But yeah, Mark, you want to go into the Tetra Tech and this pair here?
Yeah.
How this is trading?
That one's been in position for a little while, so I didn't take that as a trade for to open up in a test trade because this has been in positions days held. The system's held it for 21 days, which means it's kind of an out of sample walk forward test, which is so far working, and that's based on $10,000 leg size on the Tetra on Molson Coors, and then it's quite an odd pair. That's adjusted for the volatility of the other leg. So it's only long, $2,000 of T-Tech. But the numbers that we're looking at that, you don't need to understand how they're all calculated, but just to look at these, and this is like your dashboard, in a car. So the bond is 100%. That's like as strong as the reading gets. And that's like that's the inverse. It's the worked out from Engel Granger if people are interested in that stuff. Proof of co-integration over that period. The volatility of it is not especially high. You can get information on all these by just clicking on the tooltip there. But I'm looking at the bond and I'm looking at the half-life, which isn't great. I'd like that to be 20 or around 20 days. That's a sweet spot in terms of pairs trading half-life, because sometimes if you're seeing a 20-day half-life here, you might every now and then get a trade in about half that time, has been my experience. Hurst exponent is same as what TA guys would be aware of with using it in just single underlying charts. That's a really good number. Anything under 0.5 is mean reverting. Anything under 0.25 is a strong mean reverter. That's a little bit low. So, if that was 0.02 or a little bit higher, it'd be good. We rarely see, super strong numbers like 0.15 or something like that. That's almost noisy when they revert that fast. So we're looking at about, I'm seeing good pairs that are scoring at about this level to about 0.03. So that's just looking at that in a quick way of just saying, look, statistically, is this a good pair? Forget about all the fundamentals. What did the statistics say? And this is, it's eligible. It's passed all the 7 gates that we put it through in terms of tests, and the score is super high. Ironically, I didn't take that trade. So the way we're doing it to sort of build out the test book is you're looking at the signals each day, and up here you'll be given an alert of what's what signals have this top 250 generated today? So there's 4 opening trades and 1 closing trade. So we can have a look at those. And, you know, for someone that's not going deep into it to run, you know, 20 pairs, this is the perfect way of finding a trade on a daily basis.
Yeah,
So
you don't have to go crazy with it to start out. You get to start slow.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. So you can see these are the 4 opening trades that triggered based on yesterday's close. There's a high scoring one here. These are both sharing and underlying, and I think I've put one of them on. They are pharmaceutical or biotech, and that can be a bit, you know, if you're looking for sex and violence, that's the way to go, because you get a lot of binary outcomes that seem to pay or lose money quite quickly. So this one, you know, you can see it's been working, but you know, the nature of the underlyings is there's not a strong economic relationship between them. It's more of a statistical, you know, cluster and conquer sort of approach. But when it works, you know, it's been a pretty big returner over not a huge amount of time. You know, you've got some 10, 15-day trades there making, you know, some decent returns. But yeah, so you've got these scores here, which, like I've talked about before, that's from a whole range of sort of analyses of what makes them good, like the strength of the mean reversion, the economic relationship, the market size, and so on. That's the top scoring one. I've actually put that on, and it's not working. It's like working with dogs and children. It's
you're good. I imagine this stuff can be a little glitchy sometimes.
Yeah. So I where is it? ADPT. Yeah, so what you can do is on the pair detail card, because these spread ratio charts are calculated based on yesterday's close, if you want something live, I copy the Pine script, and then you just click on either underlying, which I've done already, and that'll take you straight to a trading view page.
And you can just plug in the Pine script right there, yeah.
Yeah. So can you see that?
Yeah.
So I've just click on the little pyramid, and you just, you know, right click, paste into there and add to chart, and that's the exact spread ratio that you're trading there.
I like
So
it
you
like
see
this, having everything on the trading view. That's what I personally would probably recommend people in the audience to do, just visually, to be able to see kind of your entry and where your stop loss and targets are.
Yeah, it's really nice, but I mean, we'll never compete with TradingView in terms of the, you know, aesthetics and the technical analysis side. We're more mapping the signals.
Of course,
so
yeah.
We're really, our preference is to view these things on TV,
Mhm.
and this is the, you know, just a common base line chart of the 2 underlyings, and you can see there's a bit of a blowout going on there now in Adaptive Biotech versus PTCT. If it pays, it's going to make about $1,600, and it's got about $1,000 downside. And my guess is it's probably it's getting pretty close to the stop at the moment. So where are we? We're at, yeah, you know what? It's actually going to stop. It's probably going to stop out when the signals calculate today. So that's how that works. That's how stop losses work. They're not ideal, but they're there for a reason.
Absolutely, yeah. Ryan in the chat was wondering if and how we can create our own pairs and then get a scoring on the pairs that we've created. Is that possible yet, or is that like something you're looking to do in the future if it's not possible?
Well, the best way to get close to doing that, you can't do it specifically. You can't create a pair, but you can find a pair. So, you know, if you were to give me just a random underlying that you're interested in for the US,
can you do oil or something like that, or does it have to be a
Well, I
stock?
haven't got the
Or you could
ETFs
do
in there
you could
yet.
do USO, I guess. USO is a oil ticker.
Right. Well, I can do ETFs. I just haven't done them yet. They're not in there. I've got 1,200 stocks or thereabouts, but we haven't done ETFs yet. We'll build that in, and we'll probably look. The idea would be to make that as accessible as possible. So it might be just ETFs versus ETFs, but probably a broader appeal would be ETFs versus the versus single stocks as well. But no, I can't do USO at this stage. But if you give me a single stock, I can look it up.
Let's do like AMD.
AMD.
Is that on there?
No, not pairing with anything. And this is the problem that we're trying to solve, because what the temptation for people to do will be to try and create pairs for, and sure, AMD, if you scanned it against a broad enough group, you'll find something statistically that turns into a pair with it. But our system, looking at similar market cap, similar industry and sector, hasn't found a pair for AMD. So
gotcha.
Yeah, so it's disappointing if you want to just use that stock, but what we're telling you is, the system hasn't got an opinion on this, and
there's not really a pair out there worth trading against AMD right now, so it's better to find something else at the end of the day.
Yeah, and if what we need to prove a couple of numbers before the solver can run over this look back of a year and give you the entry and exit and stop and max hold. So if it can't prove that it's got that co-integration, that mean reversion tendency, and if it can't prove that it's going to mean revert in a reasonable period of time, which we max out at 60 days, we say, look, if the half-life's over 60 days, it's too slow. You don't want to be trading that kind of pair. If it's not doing at least those two things, the solver which creates the entry and exit points can't work. It just mathematically can't solve for that equation within the framework we're giving it. So that's why we're limited to, at this stage, for the US, we're running 1,200 stocks through it. Gives us, once they get split into pairs, about that many pairs to analyze. From that, we're saving 1,100 pairs. And we're trying to present, at least on the mobile app, we'll show you at least 300 of those. You can see all of them on the terminal on the browser. But we're finding 1,000.
That's probably the best way to find those pairs, right? If you're trying to find the best pairs to trade right now, that's really the best way to do it.
Yeah, look, if you're not, if you're really looking for the pair that you want, I'd suggest you go to the Discovery tab and just work through sectors, or these aren't sectors, they're more categories, and just work through these and have a look through, and you can create your own watch list. So, you've got Starbucks,
Airbnb, Starbucks. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So let's have a look at that. That's
someone's been doing good. No, looks like
that's not bad. It's not in a position at the moment, but it's they're pretty good numbers. That's a good score. 74. Anything over about 0.7 is good. That's a really good half-life. That's where you want it. And Hearst is ticking the box, and it's co-integrated. So yeah, if that fires a signal, you'd be trading that for sure.
Gotcha. Very
But
cool.
right now, you're sitting at about, you're sitting at almost in the, in a quadrant of the spread. It's not stretch. It's only going to put a trade on at 2.3 sigma, which is quite wide. So you'll probably only get 2, maybe 3 trades a year out of this, and that's what the optimizers found 4 in the last year, which worked every time. And from building these, or from observing these 4 trades, it set these parameters. These are the rules to have used to have traded this pair the best way mathematically possible in the last 12 months. That's how these parameters are set. So this is a little bit overfit for sure. It's just fit the history of the spread. And then it's set these parameters. And then if this triggers one of these entry points, those parameters all freeze for that duration of that trade. So that's how That's how we're getting signals of the outer sample or the sort of frozen parameters.
Let's say
But,
you're trading a pair you really like and like you've been trading it and it's been killing it. I'm sure you can save it to your watch list or something, but can you add some sort of signal on them specifically where if it does like trigger an entry or get to an entry point that you get notified?
Yeah.
Or is it something more to just keep an eye on?
Well, if you create a custom watch list,
Mm-hmm.
so in addition to that, if you just said, you can create your own watch list, add your favorites into that, which will be kept separate in one update. When you update this quite regularly, they'll overwrite each other. If you've got your own down here, you can add, you could even move some of these. You can actually just move that around into your own watch list. So
you could just drag and drop it that easy.
Drag and drop it, yeah.
Awesome.
So what I've done over the last couple of days is I've been refreshing this. They don't change that often, but if you did it once a week, once a fortnight at the least, but it doesn't matter because it's just giving you the top 250. Then I'm checking the fresh orders and going through those like I was showing you before. And if you decide to take a trade, then, and I've been a little bit unlucky with some of these because ADPT blew out and this one looks fantastic, but it's an M&A situation with People, I think it's People Inc. buying Lifetime Group, or is it MGM Resorts? So this looks like a great pair.
Oh, wow.
So it's choppy as hell.
That looks so when it ran up to the end of that red box, that was an entry short to get back to the mean, yes?
Yeah,
or a stop out potentially.
Well, it might have, but the optimizer by now will have learned how to have traded that. So this is kind of the misleading part of the optimizer. It says, yeah, I got it right, but actually it might not have. It might have reset those signals or levels as it went wider. That's why we run two systems parallel. We're running the optimizer, which continuously learns, and then there's the tracker, which will be they're the signals that you're actually following because the tracker parameters are frozen. But there's a cool little button here, spread and tell. It's like, well, for someone like me who's not really getting under the hood of the fundamentals and the stories of every, a huge number of stocks, this is the way to do it. So spread and tell will tell me there's only economic stuff coming out within the remaining period of the trade or the expected period, which is the half-life. There's no green buttons there, so no dividends, corporate actions, or anything like that. I can see Lifetime's the stronger of the two, which is good because we'd be long if we were going to put this on. So that's saying, yeah, maybe jump on. But then we've got a problem because if you scroll down here, this is the system's not scraping, it's actually using the X API to look at the most recent posts by popular X accounts and looking for any catalysts. And basically it's popping up with M&A structural break because there's a takeover going on for, I think it's People. Who's buying that? Barry Diller's People's buying, I think it's a cash bid too. So you don't want to be short that. You definitely don't want to be short MGM. It's not really going to go anywhere. It's sitting at, I think that's about the cash offer levels anyway. So we haven't built it in to run the full AI sort of. I mean, if you were doing this for yourself, perhaps, I mean, you would run this over every single pair that you were going to look at, and for sure you can. And if we want to automate that, we'd say, okay, well, if something showed up with an M&A structural break, you just wouldn't show people the signals. But at this stage, it's like we're doing everything but, Yeah. So unfortunately, couldn't take that trade. It looks good on a chart, but we just left it there. We did take we did take this. And I think I've executed it wrong because I think I just bought Fox, not Fox A. So that's interesting. But that's Fox Corporation versus Hyatt Hotels. It's making a little bit of money. It's not a great looking pair. We don't have that sort of heartbeat shape. It looks a bit drifty, and there's a bit of, there's a lack of coordination there, but it seems to be scoring okay at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's hanging in there. Long half-life, but just to populate the book a bit, I put it on for some reasons. If it was real money, I probably wouldn't be running this one.
Gotcha.
But that's just the luck of the draw. That's just what you're getting on a given day.
And sometimes maybe it needs, that extra little bit of half-life because it needs time to get some extra volatility, and then that spread starts to get wider, So it makes sense.
And then if you're hooked up with your automation through to your broker, all you do to open that position would be to click there, and it's coming up with a broadcast of what you're going to do. That's going to be sized based on that updated leg one size.
Yeah.
Confirm and broadcast, and boom, it's sent to your server. And
It'll just execute off that. That's so awesome. Wow.
Yeah, well, it depends how you've got it set up. We're sort of assuming you're going to have a confirmation leg in there, but it'll hit your server with the payload that looks like, just like that, and you can amend that to your own specifications. It's a little bit, it just simplifies the execution process, but it's not particularly, complicated to run a pairs book. You're just buying one leg, short selling the other. And then to see it all, we've got the live book, which will show us how this went last night. If we had every pair on from that 250, it would have been a small negative, but we're only following. And when you've executed a pair, we call that followed. So these are the 8, and at $10,000 leg size, you're losing a bit of money last night, that's a pretty bad night, for a pairs book. And that's on how many pairs are here? I think there's about 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's based on around about 100. I'm not sure of the exact leg 2 size, but about 150 grand.
How long is the average drawdown, you think, when you're when it maybe, because obviously mechanical and statistic based strategies can always have those times where maybe it's not performing as well that month or whatever. Do you have a time frame on the average, how long it's taken? Because I know for myself as a trader, that kind of the average time it takes for me to get back on track, after having some losses. I'm curious if you have any of that data, or have just maybe noticed something that you've seen.
From this list, which is that 250 that we've just refreshed, which are going to be good because they're currently scoring well, which means they've probably performed well recently. So you can look at how this would have gone in the last, how these trades exactly, they're the individual trades, not dates, back to the 2nd of May. So there's a couple of losers realized in that cohort. And you can look at what's opened at the moment. This is everything that would be open if you were doing that in the book, which gives you a bit of a pretty good cross section of how these go. That's the longest in position there, 56 days. That will probably time out at 60. That's very slow. So that's why we set a maximum hold of 60.
Yeah, you have that time stop. I like that. We talk a lot about time stops when trading options, right? Because options are very much a time-based asset, and so it's very similar there.
Of course, yeah. But these are the slowest, down to 20-something days. But then there's a lot of freshies in there, and that's out of 60 open positions. And I think here you can see the average time, so the time distribution. So yeah, it's it's somewhere between 20 and 30 days, I'd say
Mhm.
would be the yeah. That's why you're looking at that mean reversion half-life is really important if you want to be efficient with your money, because you don't want to be filling a book with pairs with 45, 50-day half-lives. You want to be trying to, even if it means skipping a lot of trades that come through in the
Because then there's
signals.
opportunity costs. You see a pair that's, doing really good in only 15, 20 days, and
Yeah.
you're not able to play it because you're max allocated to this other pair that is taking 45, 50 days or whatever to play out, right? And then it ends up taking a loss on you, and you're like, dang it, I should have just been in something
Yeah.
else, right? So, yeah.
And that's a big part of the score, which is the time efficiency of the pair. So
Mhm.
it's not just how long it takes, but if it's making enough money in the time that it's in trade. So it's a slightly customized version of a Sharpe ratio, but
Got it.
that's, I think, from memory, I think it's about 25% of that score is the time efficiency.
Got it.
So yeah, so at the moment, that's what we've done. We've put on 8 paper trades. We're going to build that up over the month. We're firing up our managed account at the moment, and we'll have some real money going in next month. And it's exactly the same system as we'd use for, external or internal money, and hope people start using it more, because
Yeah.
it's I think it's the right market for it. Particularly if we get a big sell-off, or we get a little sell-off, it doesn't really matter. This system sort of thrives on the market having jitters, and some people panicking, particularly in one stock, is nice when one leg just gets hit with panic money, or and the reverse is true. If people are rushing into a stock and there's a lack of liquidity and it becomes overbought, they're the situations that pairs are looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think it's another thing that we can add to our arsenal, right? I mean, I know the chat gotta agree with me here, where it's like we're always just looking for other ways to extract money for the market if we can, right? And this seems like another very different way than what I'm traditionally used to, but a super interesting way. And it's something that I can do like outside of my normal stuff, right? I wouldn't have to focus on it too much. I could set up, some of this automation on it as well. So it's just taking these pairs, and then what do you do? Do you go through? Because I know you were saying it'll give you the signals at the close, correct?
Yeah. So
So do you go in the next morning and enter into these pairs? Like, is that how I would
Yeah.
do it? I would get, night before, I'm getting my watch list ready of all the pair signals that I'm getting, and then the next morning, I'm watching futures, I'm about to start trading, but when the market opens, I want to make sure I go through my pairs and, take the signals that I want, basically.
There is a little bit of that's probably the one in terms of execution, it's the most sensitive part is the entry. Exits seem to be a little bit less sensitive, unless it's around a stop. But I've found that with the daily observation strategy, if you're efficient and you haven't had a big gap in one leg the following day, then executing over the first half an hour to an hour is usually fine. I mean, you're going to get a
You just
better
don't want those
feel.
big swings in price overnight. If you do that, you're probably gonna have to wait till we revert back a little bit, huh?
Yeah, and you can just do it by sight. I mean, I look at it and I think, well, if one leg's up 5% and the other leg's flat, I mean, I'm going to have a look at the pair on TradingView and check, something like, I'll look at, this is the old Qubits and Sunrun, I think, and it's, on IB, I'd be looking at at where the opens are, where they're going to be. Executing in the opening basket is a little bit hairy. I think just over the first half an hour to an hour is fine. And like I said, it's all about the relative spread. Has it gone wider or not? And you can see that by, just optically, just by the percentage moves in each leg. But yeah, next, it's daily observation, Joyce, so it's pretty slow. It's kind of like a recommendation coming out from a swing trading account on X. It's not like you've got to hit that level right now. It's not tick sensitive.
Yeah, I get you. This is some great. I love learning about this. It's so interesting and just so different to what I'm used to. I feel like I'm kind of back, 5 or 6 years ago when it was 2020, and I'm like learning all about the stock market again. It's just a whole different way of extracting money from the market, like I was saying, and it's just cool to learn. I kind of felt the same when I was learning about selling spreads, right? You learn that there's this whole other way out there to collect money from the market, right? And it's just cool to see. It's cool to learn about. So I appreciate you coming on, Mark. I know we're gonna wrap up here soon, but are there
Thank
any
you.
other announcements or like pieces that you want to make sure that the audience gets to know about before we get wrapping?
No, there's still the Wolf 1 month free on the
Let's go.
terminal. So if you go to the terminal.pairsync.com and
Wrong
use
link.
Wolf in the coupon, they'll give the first month free. And otherwise, yeah, if anyone's ever got any questions, support@pairsync.com, and use the tooltips. There's the site is full of tooltips here, so you can educate yourself on the way through. The app has a big education piece on it as well on iOS.
I love this, by the way, because I know myself. I don't know any of this stuff like off the top of my head. Obviously, talking with you now, I've gotten to learn a lot of this now. But for
Yeah.
anybody that's jumping in, it's nice. Like if you don't know what something means, they have all the info to show you
Yeah.
and to explain it. So it's perfect. You just got to do a
And
little
we've
bit
renamed a
of
couple of things.
analysis. What's up?
We've renamed a couple of things just not to scare people off. I mean, I think Gravity from memory was the OU Fit. The bond is actually 1 minus the P score from the Engel-Granger test. So it is a little bit upside. A couple of them are a little bit upside down or a little bit different. If there are, quant-aware kind of guys out there and they're going, well, what's this? He's made this up. It's like, no.
Well, here's the thing. You got AI now. So you can just like take this is saying, copy, throw that into Claude and be like, Claude, explain this to me like I'm a 10th grader. Boom. All
Yeah.
your issues, or a 5th grader, I guess, would make it easier even. But
That's
like,
it.
you know what I mean? Chat. You can make it easy on yourself, you know what I mean? And really get to the bottom of what's going on here. So
Yeah, exactly.
we'll use
All
code
right.
Wolf. That link is in the chat for everybody. Also, that popped up in the chat is the Summit Wolf link. I want to make sure people are taking advantage of looking at that, our event on August 3rd. But go to pair-sync.com. It's got that little dash. So I threw the link in there, but you guys can type it in as well. Use code Wolf on there. You guys can get on there and start trying to find some pairs trades that you like. I would go by sectors that you guys are looking at too. I know you can sort things by sectors and just start trying to find some pairs that you like, or follow the way we kind of set things up with Mark here.
Yeah,
some good stuff.
Excellent. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Great day. We'll talk soon, Mark. I'm sure we'll have you on again.
Yeah. Enjoy. Bye.
Peace. All right, chat. Been a day. We're gonna wrap it up for the day, but shout out to the crew. We still got 100 people hanging out. Look at this market. Oh, standard deviation. Changing the state of delivery. Tommy, if you're still hanging out, look at this. Look at this, dude. You could have waited all day. You know not to short till you get a change in the state out of a bigger time frame fair value. We hit the top of this bearish 4-hour fair value. What do we get? Change in the state, mark standard deviation. Where do we go? -2, 2.5 every time. Gosh. It's ridiculous. Where was it? I brought up, where is it? I sent a bunch to Casey, bro. It was crazy. Let me see if I can find it. Whoa, it's glitching. It's glitching. It's glitching. Can I show this tab? I think I can. I'm going to try and show it. Hopefully I don't show a bunch of messages that I'm not supposed to show on the stream. That would be rough. Let me see if I can share this with you guys before we wrap up. I just want to show you this because this is so fascinating to me. I don't think I can, dude. Maybe if I do entire screen. I think if I do that, hold on. Bear with me, ladies and gents. Okay, bear with me. I know there's not many of us left on here, but replace entire screen. Bang, bang. Okay. Can I show? Do you guys see my screen now? Yes, yes. Okay, this is me and Casey's text messages. This is what I was showing him this morning. If you guys were on Spaces, you heard me sending this to him. Can this open? Here we go. This is just from today and Asia session last night. And it's just crazy to see these change in the states and running these fibs that I use as what I call standard deviation. And it's just basically the -2, 2.5, and the -4 fibs. That's all it is. But it's based on how you draw it. And all I'm doing is I'm drawing what we call the manipulation leg of an area of significance, right? So up here, I forgot what PD array we were tapping into, but we were tapping into either an hourly or a 4-hour gap. I forget. And we had this gap to rebalance to. And it's just beautiful. That last series of up close candles that gets closed below, you mark that standard deviation out. That's where your change in the state is, your break of structure, whatever you want to call it. But that closure kind of giving you the confirmation of this trend's trying to flip here. The -2, 2.5, man, every time. It's nasty. Got it here as well to the upside. This is London lows and Asia lows on ES this morning. We swept Asia lows. This is a 5-minute chart. Last series of down close candles that swept liquidity gets closed above. That's your change in the state. So a line at the body of this red candle. That's also where you mark the fib, right? So from wick low to body open. Where did the market go, man? -2, 2.5. Like it's fucking every time, man. Another bearish example. This is another one on a 5-minute. This was in pre-market in London session. Like, dude, just all the way down to the overnight VWAP. What are we doing? It's just, it's ridiculous. I got one more, I think. Yeah, I got one more. This was Asia session last night. This was the gap to fill. You can see this candle. This is your futures after hours close candle. And then we opened up down here. So there's a gap in between this closing price and opening price. We kept trading down until what? Well, we got this change in the state, right? Which ended up failing. Part of that is because we didn't tap into a higher time frame PD array. I didn't have it marked out on the screenshot. It doesn't look like, but on my chart last night, there's literally a point of significance a bit lower, and there wasn't here, right? So wait till we drop into that area of significance. We get that change in the state, it goes straight to the -2, 2.5. It's just absolutely ridiculous every time, man. Market's still rolling. Market's still rolling, eh? Crazy, folks. That's a day, though. I just wanted to show that. It's fascinating to me that price just respects that so well, especially on ES. You don't have to use it. Some of you might not even care about it. That's okay. I just wanted to share it. I think it's fascinating, and it helps me a ton. So, I mean, if it helps, it helps. If not, ignore what I'm saying. But I'm getting out of here, folks. It's been a day. I'm tired. I could get some other shit done. But we got all day Friday stream tomorrow. So if you guys haven't liked the stream, like the stream, subscribe to the YouTube channel, turn on post notifications as well, because we'll be back on here bright and early tomorrow morning, and you don't want to miss the market open and all the trades going on. So turn on post noties. We'll be back tomorrow.